Greetings from the chat. Professional Twitch streamer. Pro Twitch streamer. Chat professional streamer. Chat. This is a considerable portion of my income. Welcome on in, everybody. Greetings from the archive. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm noticing 10 million things that are wrong and I'm mad about it. Chat. I just noticed that I did not have my visual effects turned on, which is a problem because I just recorded about 15 minutes of audio for my next YouTube video. God, now chat, I can't even use that footage now. I can't use that footage because I fucked up. I'm going to cry. Welcome on in, everybody. How's everyone doing tonight? Bark, bite. It is so lovely to see you all. Let me go through and greet everybody. Let me go through and say hello. Congrats to Dusk Lake Navigator on the first. Hello, Mannequin of the Easiest, Artemis the Great, Multiverse Collective, Mal, Mr. Bookboy, the Easiest, Louvier. Let's see. Gremlin, Transbian, Vox Marinix, Calcium Compadre. I call my community the Ashen. These are my Ashen, is what I call them. That said, I'm far more likely to call them things like y'all, chat, bastards, motherfuckers, gay people who live in my phone. The list goes on. Let me say hello to everybody. Let's see. Hello, Crocodile. Let's see. Tequila Coma, wonderful to see you. Who have I not greeted? I'm doing my best. Eloin, thank you for that raid. Hello, well shit. Hi everybody, it's so lovely to see you. Welcome on in, folks. Anyone who doesn't know me, I am Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. You can find me yapping about queer and leftist issues. I spend most of my time talking, and I occasionally play retro games. How goes it? How are y'all doing tonight? It's so lovely to see you. I hope life is treating you pleasantly. What are y'all up to? What were you streaming? Everyone on my end of things, make sure you give Eloin plenty of love. They are an absolutely incredible friend of the channel who will be doing a very big donathon kind of event coming up soon that I'm very excited to hopefully be a part of. Y'all please make sure you give Eloin some love. I absolutely adore them. They're a sweetheart. They've quickly become a dear friend of mine in this whole endeavor. I hope everyone is doing absolutely incredible, though. If anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, self-care comes first, as per always. The stream will be here no matter what. Y'all take care of yourselves. Hopefully, he says, bitch, you will be. Listen. I feel like the most likely thing to stop me is my own stress and unavailability. You know? I don't think I'm gonna get stopped by you. I think the thing, if anything, that would stop me would be my body and mental illness, you know? That's how it goes. That's how it fucking goes. Have you perhaps found the chives in the walls yet? There are no chives in the archive, chat. We've been over this. Stream good, mostly Tomodachi Life. Did a run of Slay the Spire 2 at the end because I hit a brick wall of EPness. Real and valid. You are so brave to continue on for so long in the effort of raiding me, but God knows I always appreciate it. You are a wonderful, wonderful individual and friend and creator. Guys, please give Eloin love. I like Eloin. Okay? I like Eloin a lot. They're an absolute sweetheart. And I am someone who is very quick to look up to others, admittedly. Despite the way I may present myself. I think Eloin's cool. I think Eloin's cool, chat. I think Eloin is cool. Recently learned that even small amounts of vodka ruins my ability to sleep. Fascinating. God, I wish. Imagine how productive I could be. Eloin is very cool. Bark, bite. Huh? Bark, bite, motherfucker. If there are no chives, why do the bees keep coming back? I'm cursed. Chat, a fae cursed me. Hello, Omega Scales. Lovely to see you. Punch, bite, something of that sort. You know, multiple people have claimed me as their punching bags now, and I don't know how to feel about it. The answer is I find it quite funny. and enjoyable. Hello, Walnor, lovely to see you. I apologize for anyone I didn't get a chance to greet, but it's so lovely to see y'all. Again, please take care of yourselves first and foremost, but I hope y'all know that every time I go live and I get to see this amazing community, it warms my heart. I was actually writing something today unrelated to my next video essay. I needed to take like 2 or 3 hours to work on an unrelated project that you all will not see because it is not content creation related. But in doing so, chat, I may have talked about being a content creator on a resume. I may have talked a little bit about being a content creator on a resume, and it had me really reflecting on how much my joy in life comes from getting to have a tangible positive impact and inspire others. It was very much a moment wherein I recognized and realized, and this is something, of course, that I'm always aware of, but it really did push me to confront the fact that, like, so much of my joy comes from getting to perform and entertain and have a tangible impact on people's lives. And going live on the nights that I go live. One sec, let me fix the redeems. I noticed I wasn't drawing attention to it while I was fixing it. Apologies, folks. It's gonna give me a second. I need to update my bot, actually. My bot needs an update or else it's going to stop functioning in 2 days. So let me fix that real quick. Please don't break anything on my computer, Mix It Up bot. Hello, Joe. Bark bark bite bite. It really just gives me so much affirmation that my life has purpose when I go live and I get to be aware of the impact I have on the lives of others. Thank you all for allowing me to have such a meaningful impact. Thank you for allowing me to touch your lives. I appreciate the hell out of y'all. That's a whole ass sappy ramble. Now that we have the sappiness out of the way, I'm biting you. I'm biting you very hard with all of my teeth, chat. They're very sharp. Alright, why is Kbonk not working? Give me a second. Oh my god, chat, again, professional Twitch streamer. In my defense, I was literally recording audio for my next video up until the very moment I went live. I was recording audio up until the very moment I went live, and then I realized I can't use any of the footage because I didn't have the special effects turned on my model. You've honestly changed me permanently, and I love it, and that is something that is so important to me. Thank you for impacting us. Thank you for letting me. Mate, you're a good person, the reason why I've slowly dropped the pessimism, and I'm proud of that. Like, for me, knowing that I have had a tangible impact on even a small number of people's lives is the dream, you know? For those asking, oh, is AE getting a new job? I did have what is essentially like a dream job of mine open up an opportunity in my local area. And so I am shooting my shot with it, though I am unlikely to get it. I am nervous about it, but I promise that regardless of what happens with that opportunity, I will be fighting to continue creating no matter what. I will make sure that no matter what I do, I leave space to continue streaming and making videos, regardless. But I did kind of have like a dream opportunity pop up, and so I'm just throwing my hat in the ring. I'm putting it out there. You kind of made me want to stay in this country instead of leaving to get away from the bullshit of the U.S. government. And hey, I'm glad again that I have a small tangible impact. If you get it, I'll be very happy for you. Appreciate it. It's unlikely. I've applied for this company before, but they put up a new position. So I'm like, all right, I'll throw my hat in the ring. You probably get it because of the cataclysmic Riz elephant's foot. Nah, chat. I do not have nearly as much Riz when I am not, like, on stream. I lose all of my Riz when I'm anxious. It's really funny, actually, because I was recording audio for, like, you know, my next video earlier, and I'm pretty sure that in this recording, you can hear my voice shaking. Because for some godforsaken reason, I find recording audio for videos to be scarier than streaming. Chat, I regularly go live and talk free form to a large audience. I'm very used to that. And yet, recording audio for use in projects where I have the ability to do 10 million retakes and no one will ever see it, where I can make mistakes that no one will ever hear, for some reason, that's scary. What is wrong with me? Can I, like, despite the fact that it's not usable because I forgot to have my visual effects up, can I, like, grab that footage real quick? Give me a moment. Recording videos is straight up scarier than streaming to me at this point. Went all the way to Cali to see my sis. She was so surprised. Oh, congratulations! I hope that went well. But no, my Riz disappears when I'm anxious, and unfortunately, I am a very high anxiety person. I've just been streaming for so long that I'm very desensitized to it, you know? Straight up, I have a lot of people ask me, like, how do you get over stage fright as a content creator? How do you get past hating your own voice? How do you get comfortable on camera? The answer is you just do it. You just keep doing it until you become comfortable. I was having a conversation in another Discord server the other day about, like, how to get started with creation, essentially. And I started this at a point in my life where, like, I had put away any form of creation for a couple years. This was my way of reclaiming all of that. And let me tell you, I was not good at it for a while. This is shit that you just have to jump into head first. If you want to make something, you need to just start making it. I'm gonna pull up real quickly some of the recordings I was taking earlier for, like, the video. Let me see if I can make these, like, audible. I don't know if y'all can hear the shakiness in my voice. Can you all hear my voice shaking in that recording? Can you all, as I go through this, hear my voice shaking? Oh, I don't like how my mic sounds. But yeah, I hear a shake in my voice, and I don't know if y'all can hear it, but, like, for some reason, I am at a point where recording voiceovers for videos is scarier than live streaming. Hello, Sunsweet. Lovely to see you. Bye. I don't think it comes through if you don't know what to look for, but, like, I was shaking while recording that for some godforsaken reason. In any case. Brain's weird. Does anyone know the procedure that allows others' words to change your actions? Is like a form I have to fill out or something? That'd be nice, if only. You didn't have chat to help correct any mistakes. I think, honestly, a lot of it is just that the format of live streaming is inherently more forgiving than pre-recorded videos when it comes to things like quality. I think automatically when you tune into a live stream, you are not expecting the level of quality in anything that you are with a YouTube video, with audio, with visual, with the performance, with the commentary. You are willing to expect a good deal more scuff because it is inherently an improvisational format. But I have a lot of thoughts on the very nature of content creation. Y'all know me. Live streaming is forgiving when I accidentally eat the mic and kill 13 audience members. Anyway. You're not expecting an H-Bomber Guy video. Exactly. You're not expecting, like, a professionally laid out, edited, perfect audio kind of performance when you walk into a stream. You're expecting a guy yapping, and hopefully like a guy who's decent at yapping. But you're expecting a guy yapping with a fair deal of scuff because it's all happening in real time. And so there's something inherently scary about the like perfection that is expected of pre-recorded content. In any case, though, I am currently grinding to try and get this video out in the next 4 days. I have 4 days to make this video happen, and unfortunately, I wanted to record some of the audio for the video before stream and then edit it live. Unfortunately, I fucked up my recording, so we can't do that. We might just work on scripting for a couple hours, even though it'll be boring, but we'll figure it out. Hello, Mutation Vori, though, lovely to see you. I too want the dentist ASMR experience. Chat. I should buy a dentist drill just for a quote-unquote ASMR bit. Hello, Lycanthropic Barber Bye. You can record it live? No, because the reason I can't do that, the reason I cannot record it while live, whenever I am streaming, I am recording. And in order to take a separate recording while I'm live streaming, I would essentially have to turn off my VOD recording, because I keep separate versions of all of my VODs on an external hard drive. I would basically have to sacrifice that version in order to like record while I'm streaming. That, or I'd have to dedicate a separate encoder to it. What if you opened a third OBS to record? So I only have one OBS open. It's just that OBS has a feature where you can record anything you're streaming. And I use that. A lot of people just stream and don't record locally. I record locally because I actually changed the audio settings for the outgoing VOD. So the audio settings you get are different than my personally privately recorded one, which allows for more potential with edits. Not that I do anything with it, because I don't edit my shit. I have egg sandwich, Fop want egg. Fop want egg! Egg! Give egg! Changing audio settings to add fart effects through video for no reason. I have different audio settings going for the VOD and the broadcast. It's a whole thing that I do for specific reasons. And that I never actually utilize. You know? Streaming's weird. Chat, being a streamer is fucking weird. No, that egg hasn't cracked yet. It's going in my mouth. I'll crack it myself. I'm pretty sure I've helped several people realize they were trans, that I don't mean, like, viewers. Hello, Azu Sky. Bark, bye. Lovely to see you. Eggs are by essence quantum existence. They can only exist in past tense. Chat, it's time to crack a few eggs. With my teeth. I'm gonna bite trans women. Chat, I think I'm fucking hilarious. Chat, I think I'm fucking hilarious. I think I'm the funniest guy in existence. I'll let you bite me. I'm sure you fucking would. Some of you would fucking beg for it. Do you bite trans men? Yeah, I do also bite trans men. I do also bite trans men. I do, like, it's not just trans women. I was just saying it for the bit, you know? I bite people with consent. I bite people, okay. I bite people in hot ways with consent. I bite people aggressively when they're assholes, you know? Am trans women very biteable here? Some of you would fucking beg for it. I think it'd be easier to list all the things you don't bite. Fair point. Listen, I just like biting people. Hello, gentle ruffian. I express my emotions through my teeth. You understand. I express my emotions through my teeth. I enjoy sinking my teeth into the flesh of my friends and also my enemies and also strangers and also literally anything that is put within biting range. What is one thing you would never bite? What is one thing I would never bite? That's really hard, actually. Raw potato? Yeah, I fucking hate potato, but I feel like I would still bite one. My warning is you keep fucking around and I'm gonna bite you in a not fun way. Real, real. AU would not bite the wizard turf because that's how AU would get black mold in his mouth. Christ. Hopefully not moldy bread. I would not put moldy bread in my mouth because I'm paranoid about mold. Yeah, chat, fun fact. I'm not a picky eater. I fucking hate potatoes. I hate potatoes. So here's the thing. To someone awesome, I would not bite someone in a sexual way without consent, but like if someone's being an asshole, if someone's being a problem and I've given them a fucking warning, I think I'm allowed to bite in self-defense. You know? But no, I'm gonna be so honest with you, chat. Not a potato enjoyer. I don't like potato. Affectionately, 3-day leftovers. Okay, fuck you. Okay, fuck you. You're right, but fuck you. Chat, I have very severe food paranoia. For those who are unaware, hi, I'm schizoaffective, and I do experience both hallucinations and delusions, but I predominantly, when I'm, how do I say this? My most prominent delusion these days, and for the last several years, has been around food safety, and contamination. So my brain is essentially just constantly afraid that my food is poison and going to kill me. But I've developed systems and rules to make myself feel safe so I can, like, fucking eat, because that's kind of important. One of which being that I will not touch leftovers that are over 3 days old. End of day 3, they are dead to me. End of day 3, those leftovers do not exist. I have recently been able to get past this specifically with frozen leftovers, but I'm still working on it. I'm weird. I'm not normal. If someone puts an unwanted hand on AE's shoulder, the finger is forfeit. Yeah. You lay a hand on me, you're losing the hand. You know, you lay a hand on me without permission, you're losing the hand. Hello, Yui, barper, bye. AE would never maul a chicken, only because I'd be scared of getting salmonella, not because it's a chicken, you know? Putting hands on you to give you consent to be mauled. True! I would maul a chicken, chat, I am yet to do the thing. There is this anecdote that I've had quoted at me multiple times about, you know, trans guys starting tea and then buying a whole rotisserie chicken and eating it in the dark. Like, apparently this is just a thing. Apparently this is a thing. I think it has something to do with the protein cravings, which admittedly I do crave protein. In the past, I could easily have meals without protein, but I now exist in a state where, like, I need to have protein in every meal. I can no longer just eat mac and cheese as a meal. I crave protein. Chicken nuggets are going on top of that bitch. This is like a you do I have experienced myself genuinely getting cravings for protein more often now that I'm on HRT, and I think it has to do with the fact that, like, testosterone will increase muscle development and my body is asking for protein because that is fundamental and necessary to building muscle, you know? That's a whole thing. Apparently, though, there's this whole trend of trans guys going on tea and then eating an entire rotisserie chicken in the dark. My trans male friend eats a tomato like an apple and huddles over the sink at 3 a.m. with the lights off. That sounds like something I do. Body go protein. Mm-hmm. I've actually started making protein shakes for breakfast lately. It's quite nice. I'm not on tea, but when I started working out, I crave protein so much. Yeah, because protein's how your body builds muscle. You cannot build muscle without, you know, eating protein. And so because testosterone does encourage muscle growth, there are cravings for protein and things of that nature. It's pretty cool. Hello, good-humored gaming. How are you doing today? Bark, bite, bite. Chickens crave protein too, and shall consume their own brethren. This is true. Chickens will cannibalize each other. It's a thing. As a Dembo in progress, protein very cool. Protein very cool. Chat, get protein in your diet. It's pretty cool. Leg day? Oh, is it leg day? Is it leg day, good humored gaming? Hormones are so weird. Before I got on E, I would I would have absurd cravings for meat at complete random. Yeah, it's probably your body looking for the protein. Hello, Christopher Crow. Lovely to see you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Chickens will eat anything that moves. Most animals will actually. Yeah, this is true. Animals don't really have a good sense for what is or is not food. A lot of animals people like to call herbivores will in fact just maul an animal for protein. Deer tend to consume baby birds. Yeah, there's a lot of animals that they are herbivores in that they are better equipped towards eating plants. That's going to be their primary diet, but like in nature, animals are going to eat food when food is in front of them. A lot of people for some reason seem to assume that sea turtles are vegetarians. No. No. They may like seagrasses. No. Eating rotisserie chickens are we? Not currently, but I'm talking about the possibility. Nothing is an obligate herbivore. Everything is basically an omnivore with preferences. Yeah. And there are going to be things where, like, their teeth and gut biome is better built for consuming certain things, but, like, animals are going to eat what they can get a hold of. Hello, Katie Rady. Lovely to see you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Where can I donate for rotisserie chicken? If you would like to add to my rotisserie chicken fund, you can, I guess, go to !tip or gift me subs or some shit. If you want the means that will get me the highest percentage of the money, the tip link is going to be the place to go. That said, the service I use is potentially going to be shutting down soon, and I'm not sure what the situation with that is. I need to catch up and figure out when that's happening. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Buy an entire rotisserie chicken and eat it whole. Wait a minute. Yeah? Tips for chicken. Vor. Fuck you. Yeah, unfortunately, the service I use for tips might be shutting down. I'm gonna have to find an alternative because unfortunately, the majority of online tipping services are really bad for protecting anonymity, which makes sense. That is to protect users from scams. That is to make sure that that people know where their money is going to. That is to make it easier and to essentially make it easier to hold people responsible for scams. They perpetuate things of that nature. But because of it, it is really difficult to accept money as a content creator. Unfortunately, PayPal, Ko-fi, Stripe, those are not secure if you are not willing to give out your legal name and or address. That or take like severe legal and financial risks, which sucks. If he's part bird, does that count as cannibalism? Yes. Next question. It's upsettingly warm right now. I feel you. It has been so hot out recently, and I'm not happy about it. It has been absurd levels of hot, actually. Not a fan. It's almost 90 where I am. 1 sec. Let me check what the temperatures were today. It's currently 88 out. What was the peak today? Can I, like, find a weather app? What was the peak heat today? Chat, why is every weather app different? I don't understand how the weather works. Gonna be so honest, don't understand how the weather works. That's not where I fucking live. Give me the correct fucking city. What was the high today? Can I get like, yeah, let me get like an hourly, or actually, let me get a today. What was today's high? Today's high was 93. Today's high was 93. Which, yeah, that's kind of what we've been dealing with lately. It's been high 80s, low 90s, and it sucks. It sucks. Wind was made up by the government to sell more wind turbines. That sounds like something that Donald Trump would say. I'm sorry. That sounds like an actual fucking claim that, like, the Trump administration would make in order to further tear down, like, clean energy movements and shit. Patreon is good for anonymous stuff, yes, but it's not a tip service, you know? Patreon is a great resource for content creators, and I've considered setting up a Patreon just because I will be getting a significantly larger cut of money than I do here on Twitch or on YouTube. I'm just not sure what I would offer there. I suppose, like, as I get in the swing of creating videos, once I've proven I can make a few, I might set up a Patreon and be like, hey, look here for sneak peeks of upcoming projects and extra little details that I haven't released publicly yet. I don't know. I need to figure out exactly what I'd offer there. But I've considered setting up a Patreon just because I would be getting a significantly higher cut of the money. That said, that's not a tip service. I'm looking for tip services, you know? Something about hating wind turbines, even though he calls them windmills. Yeah, the Trump administration already hates on windmills, to be perfectly fair. Like, that's already a thing. That's already a thing. But I feel like that would be the kind of justification that is used for it. The sun is a scam. The U.S. government just donates thermonuclear warheads every 5 minutes in the upper atmosphere. He was talking shit about the wind turbines in Scotland when he went to plague their land like the British. It is endlessly annoying to me how anti-clean energy, like, both parties are. This is kind of a bipartisan problem, primarily because most politicians are being paid off by oil execs. Good for you, CRISPR Crow. I use Ko-fi, but as far as I know, it's still not great for level security. You need so Ko-fi's not a payment processor. Ko-fi just runs off of PayPal or Stripe. So all of the problems that PayPal or Stripe have are Ko-fi, you know? Ko-fi actually takes an additional cut of the money on top of what Stripe and PayPal would already take. It's a whole thing. Why is keeping our planet clean so politicized? Here's the thing. It's not even necessarily politicized. This might be a hot take. I would argue that, like, keeping the planet clean isn't even necessarily a politicized issue because every politician is in the pockets of oil execs. This is not a partisan problem. Both the Republican and Democratic parties refuse to do anything meaningful about, like, moving us towards clean energy, and put limitations and make progress towards it absurdly slow intentionally because they're getting paid off by these oil execs. It's not just a Republican problem. Hello, no eyes for you, Barbara bye bye. And yeah, it's because they want money. It's because they want money, as if they're not making enough already. People in Congress make absurd amounts of money. Just off of their own wages, and then take bribes and get money from these companies to bolster it. They are levels of rich that you and I will probably never be. Solar farms are just so low maintenance, they legit just will expand. It's designed to be like a TV, becomes easier and easier to make more for cheaper. So universal problem due to the existence of governments is fucking awful, yeah. Clean energy is sustainable, and it is something that we could make real within a matter of months. But the government refuses to. Because it would harm the economy. And because they're being paid off by these execs. Battery tech is becoming more efficient for storage and cheaper, so it's like there's going to be a ton of solar farms in the future. If the government doesn't make it harder to establish them, which they're trying to. Hello, Pyro, bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I particularly hate the rhetoric of, oh, windmills and solar farms are ugly, as if power plants are not even uglier. But, you know, that's a whole conversation. Wow, I love money. Capitalism is so cool and good. Genuinely. Like, if it's so frustrating for me to talk to centrists and liberals, uh, largely because it feels as though we are, and I mean, fundamentally is true that we are functioning under completely different truths. That the accepted truths we live our lives betwixt are completely different. It is genuinely just the truth that like the worldview and ideology I function under, and that a lot of liberals and centrists function over under is different, because we're working off of different information and knowledge bases. The base facts of reality that we accept are different, and thereby having these conversations is difficult. But no one's pushing for clean energy is completely possible and easy, and would not be difficult to instill if we were just willing to invest in a bit of time towards that end. And I'm so sick and tired of people defending the what are very clearly, how do I say, structural is not the word, systemic problems with capitalism. You take a Dorito, thank you. A lot of solar panels in Ireland are sold for individual households, kind of just a scam. Sun ain't too strong here, so they take forever to pay themselves. Plus, makes repairing the roof pain in the ass. But there are better options. Like, just because the companies running it there are shitty does not mean that it is not a viable solution in many places. Where's the report that says scientists remind everyone that clean energy is ready to go, like, whenever? Yeah. Chat, clean energy is ready to go, like, literally whenever. The main thing is that fossil fuel companies have deep pockets and really don't want to be replaced. So at the end of the day, actual energy companies are still phasing in renewables because it's just cheaper overall. But, like, it's... God, it's so endlessly frustrating to me. It is so endlessly infuriating to me that there are still people in the modern day that decry global warming and pretend as though climate change is not a thing that is actively happening. And don't realize they're just peddling the slop fed to them by fucking oil execs. The idea that climate change isn't real or isn't due to human cause is literally a piece of misinformation peddled by oil companies who have something to gain. Fucking climate change was first discovered by an oil company, then proceeded to cover it up. Fuck that shit. I just don't get the complaints about wind turbines being ugly. They add to the landscape, I think. See, I don't care if they're ugly if they make our quality of life better and improve the overall health of the planet, is my hot take. My hot take is that aesthetics don't have to be everything if it just genuinely makes life easier and better. And don't get me wrong, I'm someone who, like, very recently has been investing in making my surroundings more comfortable and more vibey and more mine, but only because I'm kind of in a place to do that. Because for so long, I functioned by just kind of making shit work. For so long, I functioned just kind of by making shit work. I spent my time finding workable solutions to make my life livable, and save enough money to be comfortable, and now I'm finally starting to invest in, like, building my surroundings in a way that are aesthetic and cool, and I feel like the United States could learn something from that, you know? I feel like the world could learn something from that. I'm personally of the mind that, like, we don't need to worry about it being pretty if it helps our lives now. We can worry about making it look nice later. Painting the wind turbines in ostentatious gold sheens, the idiot and sheep likes them, real. See, I'm not a big fan of stoner punk aesthetics, but regardless, like, just make it happen, you know? So remember where we are? Scared of loud noises like thunder? Good luck, you'll be okay, I promise. Propaganda is a scary thing, and unfortunately no one is immune to that trash. Oh, yeah. No one is immune to propaganda, and that includes us on the left. And sometimes we do it to ourselves. How do I say? Like no one's immune to propaganda. Sometimes we fucking do it to ourselves. Chat, I get very frustrated with the amount of misinformation that I see circulating in leftist spaces, particularly. Oh my god. How much do I want to get into this? How much do I want to get into this? I how much I'm trying to debate how deep I want to get into this conversation. It is very frustrating to me sometimes being a leftist on the internet. Just the raw amount of misinformation that I see floating around in leftist spaces, because well, people are well intentioned. And people think that they're doing good. They're unknowingly very often spreading false information, and that's just not helpful, and it takes so much of my power to not quote retweet it with corrections every time I see it. But I don't want to get torn to shreds on the internet. Honestly, I probably should just start quote retweeting people when they're wrong. I probably should just start doing that. I'd probably gain a lot of attention and notoriety. But it's very tiring. It's very tiring. Hello, Zazzy. Lovely to see you. Been a hot minute. Barbara bye bye. The moment you think I'm immune to propaganda, you fall in it. It's so damn sad. How do I say? Because it's not necessarily propaganda what I'm pointing towards, but the internet has allowed for misinformation to fester and spread at such a speed that is just unheard of historically, you know? Years ago, like in a early internet or pre-internet day, especially a pre-social media era, of course there was misinformation being, you know, puppeted by the news and whatnot, but the internet has become such a vector for misinformation because people get, you know, these conceptions into their heads and then they see information that aligns with what they already think or believe, and they just jump on it. And oftentimes this is like not reporting coming from people who know what they're talking about. It's everyday people who think that they are doing good but are furthering the spread of bullshit. And if I can get into it, there was a post I saw last night that kind of pissed me off, because it's very indicative of the ways that people don't understand what AI is and how muddy the term AI has become. And I'm debating very much how deep in that conversation I want to get. Become the hater the world needs. Here's the thing, can I handle being the hater that the world needs? The one about text, yes, this was about autocorrect and predictive text tools. This was about autocorrect and predictive text tools. Do we want to get into this? Do I want to go on my I hate the term AI ramble? I did ramble a bit on this in the Discord last night. Yes, please? Okay. Yes, we do. Beautiful. Got it. Chat, I was on Blue Sky last night, and I saw a post. Oh, post not found. Oh, did it get deleted? Wait, did they delete the post that pissed me off? Chat, did the post that pissed me off get deleted? Okay, I'm gonna crop out the username because if this person deleted the post or privated their account, chances are they don't want attention, and so I'm not gonna draw attention to them. I'm not gonna be an asshole. I'm gonna be respectful, so I'm just gonna screenshot the post with the username cropped out. All right. They probably took it down or archived it or deleted it, and whatever the case is, full respect. And I'm not going to, you know, fucking link their name and identity to it if they are not standing by that opinion or take anymore. We appreciate people who are willing to grow or who just need to step out of the controversial spotlight. Gonna be so honest, chat. Being the main character of the internet, not fun sometimes. Sometimes you become the main character of the internet for a day. And it can be a weird experience. In any case, this was the Blue Sky post with you know, anything identifying pulled out of it. There's a new feature in Windows 11 that trains AI locally on everything you type and is hidden deep in settings and on by default, and it includes a screenshot to under time and language typing insights. Windows is using artificial intelligence to help you type. Chat, this is bullshit. Oh, feel free, no eyes for you to post the schedule on Reddit. I have not had the capacity or whatnot to do it. I need to figure out how to get people to use the Reddit. Here's the thing, chat. You know when you use your phone and it will suggest what the next word you're gonna type is gonna be? You know when you open up your phone and you're typing on your little apps and your messages and whatnot, and you see that little thing that predicts the next word you're gonna say and recommends it based off, the words that you frequently type. That's what this is. This setting is predictive text and autocorrect. Because for the last nearly decade, for the last nearly decade, companies have been using machine learning to basically look at the words you frequently type and improve autocorrect and predictive text tools to essentially use the words that you frequently type more often. It'll pay attention to the words you regularly use and be more likely to recommend those, what phrases you tend to use, in order to essentially autocorrect your sentences or to predictive text your sentences better. This has been a thing for nearly a decade. This is not generative AI. I'm sorry, it's not nearly a decade. It's been around for at least 8 years. 8 years is when Windows implemented it, at least. It's not much more complicated than an Excel spreadsheet, yes. My point here is that companies like to call everything AI and keep slapping the term AI onto all of their products, primarily to appeal to tech bros and to, what are they called? Stakeholders. Hello, Wonder chat. That's Wonder. That's my friend. She's an incredible trans anarchist VTuber, good friend of the channel. Everyone give your love to Wonder. Point at her. Woman. In any case, for a decade now, your devices have been paying attention to what words and phrases you frequently use and using extremely basic machine learning tools in order to more helpfully predict what you're going to type next, or to autocorrect the phrases that you frequently use, or to recognize the mistakes you tend to make in order to make your typing smoother, easier, faster, and to correct you with more accuracy. This is not generative AI. This is extremely basic, bare bones machine learning. It is barely more complicated than an Excel spreadsheet. And they're slapping the term AI on it. This is not a new feature. It is not, quote unquote, training AI locally. And it's not hidden deep in settings. This is essentially an accessibility tool that has existed for upwards of a decade, which is being relabeled as an AI tool because companies want to call anything that uses any level of machine learning AI, for the sake, again, of appealing to shareholders and to tech bros. And I am so tired of the term AI being thrown around as this monolithic word that describes every form of machine learning. As it stands, the term AI can describe everything from extremely basic machine learning tools that perform simple automation tasks to very necessary accessibility tools like your speech to text, and sorry, stumbling over my words here. As things stand, the term AI is being used to describe everything from very basic automation machine learning tools to necessary accessibility tools to generative AI to technology that is allowing the coming surveillance state to fester. And I am so frustrated with it. And it doesn't help that the everyday person doesn't seem to understand what the term AI means either. It's this really annoying situation wherein both everyday users of the internet do not know what AI means and do not know what they are arguing against when they are talking about AI, and these companies keep peddling even the simplest basic machine learning tools that have existed for decades as AI. It's infuriating. Someone is likely using AI to describe something as simple as a timer for when to turn on and off Christmas lights. Yeah, most likely. I would not be shocked at all. Because chat, like anytime you're doing speech to text or like diction tools in your phone, that's machine learning. You're technically, in the ways that the term AI has become used in the modern day in the last few years, using AI. But we didn't bother to call that AI in the past because it wasn't a buzzword that made investors go, ooh la la la. And it's so infuriating. The confusion also is not an accident. It is a very intentional effort to muddy the waters, but I think it is so important when we talk about AI to build distinctions between the machine learning that is just everyday parts of our life that automate things, that make our lives easier without doing harm to anyone, and actually dangerous technologies. I am so sick of AI being this big monolithic term, and how often people see the word AI and immediately balk at it. But simultaneously, I am so frustrated with the ways that companies are intentionally turning this into a monolithic term to confuse users and to appeal to shareholders. It's frustrating. I've been saying for a hot minute now that we need to start using terms more actively to differentiate them. I agree, 100%. One of the first paragraphs in my video essay is a whole ramble about how like it is very important to draw a distinction between generative AI and basic machine learning. And then also the addendum that I will just be using the term AI for the majority of the video in order to be like easily understandable. But you know. Hello, Vexgal, Barbara by Bite. I genuinely think we need to work on the clarity with which we communicate this shit. But it's also not fully on the fault of consumers that they are falling for what the companies are feeding them. It's exhausting. It's why I constantly say generative AI and algorithmic or machine learning as well. I've only started bringing machine learning into my vocabulary more recently, largely because of the video that I'm working on. Beforehand, I just said AI and generative AI. But I'm starting to rely more heavily on the term machine learning to describe more basic tasks that rely on neural networks to some extent. Having that distinction is so important. Clarity is fundamental to understanding what we're fighting against and how we fight against it. Because I'm going to be honest, yes, fuck generative AI, fuck the ways AI is being used for facial recognition technology and surveillance state shit, fuck the ways in which it is being abused, but there is a massive difference between generative AI and a machine learning tool that digitizes old newspapers that were, produced well before the computer existed from digital scans, There is a massive difference between generative AI and speech-to-text tools. And some of these are very necessary accessibility tools that have existed for years, and it's endlessly frustrating to me. It's also very frustrating to me how often you cannot tell what kind of AI an app is using these days until you open it up and look at it, but that's a whole ramble. Again, this is an intentional measure by companies, but I'm tired. A Markov chainbot is extremely technically an LLM. Yeah. Even the term large language model is a really frustrating one to me. Because, yes, ChatGPT, LLM. Yes, 100%. Yeah, and fuck it. You know what else utilizes LLMs? Speech-to-text tools. They require LLMs to function. Because an LLM is essentially just an AI model which is trained on text. And that can be anything from generating blocks of text to hearing speech and turning it into text and transcribing it. And it's so endlessly frustrating to me. That's my big AI rant. My point being that like so often people see this stuff and they think they're being helpful in reposting it, but like it's so much more complicated. It's so much more complicated. And unfortunately, the modern discourse is just not equipped terminology-wise to, like, have conversations about this. Oh, it's a whole thing. Did you hear that Richard Dawkins is convinced an AI chariot he's using is actually a woman and he's fallen in love with it? Huh. I've heard of Richard Dawkins before. I'm just like, huh. I'm not surprised, but I'm disappointed? I haven't kept up much with anything he's done recently, but fuck him, I guess. Hello, Natalie. Lovely to see you. Bye-bye. Bark, bark, bite, bite, indeed. See, I don't fuck with Neurosama, but I don't have enough information to make much statement on it. Like, I don't know what exact like models and hardware Neurosama is running off of, but my first instinct is it very heavily resembles like generative AI in a way that definitely makes me uncomfortable, and I am not a fan. But I don't have the full context. Gen AI is so much larger scale too. It's like absolutely massive for how much data is used. But anything that's loosely similar to AI, which itself is a bullshit, meaning the meaningless label loosely correlated to LLMs being used for purposes for marketing. Yeah, I'm just so frustrated with how many things are being labeled and shipped as AI when they are basic machine learning tools that have existed for decades, and how this is really confusing our rhetoric around AI. And I so badly want folks to understand what they are talking about, because I think clarity and clear communication is fundamental to how we to understanding what we're arguing against, why we're arguing against it, and figuring out how we fight. No worries, you take care, enjoy your shower, Natalie. Bye. Anywhere they're gonna build the AI cloud centers before they build it, okay. Let's not advocate directly for illegal activities, but I will say, if they're building an AI data center in your general area. Hello, Pyron, lovely to see you. Bye. I do want to say we cannot be advocating for illegal activities in my chat. I have been FBI investigated. I have been real life investigated by the real life FBI. We cannot be directly advocating for illegal action in my chat for my safety. That said, chat, if they're trying to if they're trying to build a data center somewhere, and you happen to find endangered species in that area, they typically cannot build there without going through the very expensive process that is relocating those species. So, you know, I'm not telling you to do anything, but if they just so happen to find endangered species where they're trying to build AI data centers, or say, you know, ICE detention facilities, or just prisons in general, it becomes prohibitively expensive to continue building there. From what I understand, Neurosama is a series of custom LLMs made by VOD. Supposedly a large chunk of their data comes from Twitch chat. That, for me, does not resolve the larger problems with generative AI. How do I say this? A lot of people's arguments against generative AI, or the primary arguments they rely on, tend to be in regards to, like, the consent of artists whose work has been taken, or to, how do I say, the value and legitimacy of art. And I think Well, yes, I agree that AI art is not art. It is not a useful argument against AI. And there are far more important issues to talk about, you know? For no particular reason, number of precious metals exist in AI data centers, and those centers are often unguarded. Just so you know, yeah, fun fact for trivia. See chat, this is how we talk about this stuff around here in order to keep me out of trouble. For the newer folks around, this is how we talk about this stuff, just to, like, keep me out of trouble. You know? You catch my drift. In any case, there will be... Oh my god, how are we already at the first ad? I don't like this. I don't like this. How are we already at the first ad? Thank you for the hydrate, Nico. Bark, bark, bite, bite. What the fuck? Time's not real, chat. Oh, the neuro combo, by the way. What I mean is that most people's primary arguments against generative AI are AI art is not art, and while I agree that AI art is not art, that is a kind of useless argument, because there are so many ways to then justify use of AI by others saying, oh, well, I'm not creating art, or, oh, but I got consent for all of my training data. When the real root problems with AI, in my personal opinion, have more to do with the ways it is polluting marginalized communities, with its energy use, and with the capacity it has to lie and do psychological harm to people. You know? Sure, Neurosama's training data might have been taken from Twitch chat with consent. That does not change the fact that it is horribly environmentally harmful in ways that are largely polluting marginalized communities, and that it is spreading misinformation. That you know, because it is a piece of generative AI and thereby cannot really be fucking controlled, has advocated for, like, Nazi ideology and shit. I still am of the mind that generative AI is bad for reasons that go much deeper than art. In order to train a large language model, you need that mass amount of energy. Also, thank you for the gift subs. How dare you? Bark, bite, bite. Hello, Peru. Okay. Thank you so much for the resub as well. Thank you for the hype train, folks. Sorry, I'm typing a thing real quick. No worries. Enjoy your shower, multiverse. Bark from my bite. One moment, folks. How do I say? Because here's the thing: the oh, it's running locally thing. No, that's not how generative AI works. Like, that's not how it works. Thank you for the bits, Omega Scales. Bark, bark, bite, bite. One sec. Let Let me catch up with chat real quick. My issue with Vito Neurosome as a project is that at this point it's a billboard for other LLMs, and that's really, I guess, viscerally uncomfortable and present slant towards regarding Neurosome as a person and extending that application to the AI industry. Fuck the entire notion of the singularity. It's not real. But in any case, sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to explain this because okay. You can run the program for generative AI locally on your computer, but typically the back end of that is still connected to some sort of larger server because the hardware that is available to most people just is not viable for running that kind of shit unless it is like absurdly small. Running something on the scale of an LLM is just like not, how do I say? It's not viable to do without borrowing some amount of hosting power and potential. The act of training AI. So okay. The biggest sink of like energy, water, etc. in generative AI is in the training. The energy and effort that goes into training generative AI, that is where the majority of the waste is. Hello, Napalm Iguana, Barber Bite Bite. I don't think it is possible for something like that to be fully client side. Unless it is far smaller than I understand it to be. That's the kind of shit that would require like half a dozen GPUs to use. Like it would require like half a dozen GPUs in order to run something like that entirely client side and to train it entirely client side. So while I could be wrong, like that's just not something that is accessible to the majority of people. It would be very hard to do, and I would, how do I say? I don't know how you would do that without borrowing some amount of base from elsewhere, you know? Like, there's a lot of AI chatbots and apps which brand themselves as their own program, but are actually just running some version of GPT with additional stuff shoved on top of it, you know? I talk in my upcoming video essay a fair deal about Project December, which was the first publicly accessible AI chatbot, at least to my knowledge, and it functioned off of GPT-3. And you could add things to the base in order to make it act out a certain character and influence how it talks. But it's still using GPT-3, you know? Typically these things are, I don't have full information, take me with a grain of salt, ultimately, but like, typically that is how this shit goes. You basically be a Bitcoin farm, yeah. I don't like it. On your other point, I'm now remembering that, yeah. Fuck AI. Fuck generative AI. It is too dangerous of a character. I remember seeing like Character AI a couple years ago, and that was interesting. Character AI is one of the big AI chatbots that is still around. And it was one of the early ones as well. Fuck Character AI. Hello, Pyron. Barber Bite Bite. Don't know much about AI, but don't the chatbots constantly learn? No, not really. Not necessarily. You can set them up in that way. Like, okay. So, machine learning is the process of using neural networks to reinforce Oh my god. Okay, okay, okay. I'm not an expert on this. I'm not an expert on this. Bear in mind. I know Pyron, but I'm saying hi again. Barbara bye bite. I. Oh my god. So machine learning is essentially the process by which I you take neural networks and you force them to do the same tasks over and over again while giving them feedback until they produce satisfying results. And the training period is the period wherein you are feeding them information and giving them feedback. And if they are not getting feedback on the quality of their output, they are not learning. It is possible and not uncommon for AI tools to include feedback in their process of being used. If you've ever had a early days of AI, if you ever messed with one of those tools and it asked you about the quality of the input, that's what it was judging. And oftentimes its output can be brought back into its own training data, especially if it was a satisfying output. But if you were not giving some amount of feedback and saying, yeah, this was a good output, typically it's not actively being trained. The training process, the machine learning element of it is that phase where you are having it do the same task over and over again until it produces satisfying results while giving it feedback. And what you get out of that at the end is the model. You can have a model which is not taking in new information and thereby not learning. But that's a whole thing. Hello, Mozzarella, bark bark bite bite. I've given birth to a second Twitch baby and you're the father. Chat, I have so many kids. Chat. I can't believe that that Mozzarella is a single father. I can't believe Mozzarella is a single father. Also, thank you for the hype train, y'all. Sorry for not better acknowledging it. I was trying really hard to articulate myself there. A single dad who works too hard. You cannot dodge child support forever. I fucking will. Please, just some child support. I'm poor. Mozzarella, what do you think I make in a month? What do you think I make in a month? A good while ago, I used character AI to do situation roleplay things, but quickly realized this shit is no match for my raw imagination. Yeah, it's also harmful to everything. And I hate generative AI, so But the point in explaining all of that being that yes, the machine learning phase, the way machine learning tools learn is you make them do the same task over and over again, and you tell them if they're doing a good job, and you keep doing that until they start producing satisfying results. And there you go. You have your model, and you can hook that up into the process of them being used, but not necessarily. It's a whole thing. A is Elon masking, or Elon maxing with how he's treating all his Twitch kids. I didn't ask to have these children, okay? When someone would tell me over and over again that I'm doing a good job. You're doing so great, Jelly Goober. You're doing so wonderfully. You're doing great. I hate Gen AI. God, I hate it. The whole point of this larger ramble is just that I think there is so much importance in being clear with what we're talking about when we're talking with AI, and these companies are not helping by just labeling anything that uses any amount of machine learning as AI. It makes it incredibly difficult to have useful conversations about how we identify and fight back against this technology, because there are genuinely useful purposes for machine learning tools. There are so many accessibility tools that to which AI is fundamental. There are so many simple little things that it allows us to do that would just not be possible otherwise. Generative AI is the problem. AI that is being used to create a surveillance state is a problem. But your text-to-speech tools, or rather your speech-to-text tools, are not the issue, and I am so tired of companies labeling every machine learning thing as AI, like some goddamn fucking buzzword, and for the ways it is intentionally muddying the water. AE is such a man that needs all of his kids to have name tags. perpetually broke boy, have you tried not being perpetually broke? But being perpetually broke is my brand. If I'm ever rich, I feel like I do hope y'all know that if I ever hit a point where I'm genuinely like financially stable and self-sufficient, then I'm going to dedicate everything I can towards my community. I need to make sure, obviously, that I am sufficient and able to take care of myself first. But should the day ever come where like I am able to create and have it, you know, pay for everything I need, and to still have more than enough to feel comfortable afterwards, I plan to put everything I can towards my community, towards good causes, towards the people in my life who I know need it. I want to get myself comfortable. I want to start paying my mods. I want to be able to pay editors and artists to help me in the things that I need. I want to make sure that my friends who I know are not in the most stable of situations are able to access stable housing. And I want to make sure that the people that I love and whose art inspires me get what they deserve. And I want to make sure, and then I want to give everything I can towards the causes that matter to me, you know? I hope I'm never rich. I just want to be comfortable someday. But regardless, I hope y'all know that, like, should that day come, I'm going to give everything I can towards the best places I can. If you get rich, you should give me the money. I don't want to get rich. I don't want to get rich, but if I'm ever, like, comfortable enough to survive, like, the first thing I'm doing is fucking paying my moderators. You know? A commune when. If you become rich, you should feed yourself to chat. You're so right. If I ever become rich, I will just, like, die and let you all eat me. You'd probably like that. One moment, chat. I need to turn on a light in here. It's getting weirdly dark. What? Me, it's getting weirdly dark. The sun set an hour ago, dumbass. Chat, he is dumb of ass. Sometimes I forget, like, that, like, the sun sets, and that's, like, a thing that happens. More money than I know what to do with. Low-key sounds terrifying as fuck. Yeah. My idea of comfortable, by the way, is being able to cover all of my needs and expenses and still have like 200 or 300 left over for things that I can use to improve my life, for you know, upgrading stream stuff that I can put into savings to cover emergencies, etc., etc. For me, being comfortable is I can cover everything that I need and have a couple hundred left over to put into savings for, like, stream upgrades, for covering emergencies, for making sure that I never have to worry about being homeless again. But, you know, that's a whole thing. There's a light on. There we go. How does one forget sunset? I've been awake for too long. Hi, Orleans. Bye. Listen. The sun always... I never get to see the sunset because I'm either at work or live. So I forget it happens. Maybe we scuff him, his model will fix itself. Oh, I was just positioned awkwardly. Apologies. He just needs money for basic expenses like food, work, maintenance, and bitches. The essentials. Yeah, chat, I need to get bitches. I don't get enough bitches these days. The top 400 individuals in the United States shouldn't make an equivalent amount of income to the bottom half of the entire population. Let me, okay, one sec. Thank you for scuffing me. Let me see if I can get actual statistics on that real quick. Can I find, like, some good statistics on this? Wealth inequality in the United States. Thank you, Wikipedia. Chat, I'm currently on the Wikipedia page for wealth inequality in the United States. Thank you, Wikipedia. Chat, I love Wikipedia. No worries, you got this, Lycan. You got this. I love Wikipedia. I love Wikipedia. I fucked up my sleep schedule when I woke up like an hour ago. I saw the notification for stream. It was like, are we doing morning streams now? I do that sometimes. Sometimes I have to get my mods to wake me up in time for stream. You know? That's how it goes sometimes. Typically just get darker when the sun sets. Yeah, it's probably what happened. I love accumulating wealth and doing nothing with it. I will say I am the kind of person where like I need to have at least 6 months living costs put away or else I feel like I'm gonna die at any moment. But that's because I used to be homeless, you know? Hello, pizza hallway. Or hallway pizza rather. Bark bark bite bite. Alright, wealth inequality in the United States. Thank you so much, Wikipedia. We love you. In 2007, the top 20% of the wealthiest Americans possessed 80% of financial assets, which, like, you know, don't get me wrong. That's bad. That's bad. But it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. As of late 2022, 735 billionaires collectively possess more wealth than the bottom half of U.S. households. 375 people possess more wealth than the bottom half of U.S. households. Give that a second to sink in. Just call me Pizza Boy? Okay. Sorry, apologies. Bro, all my teachers shut on Wikipedia growing up, and now it's like the only straightforward source of info on anything. I love Wikipedia. Wikipedia is such a great starting point for researching shit. I regularly use Wikipedia to get summaries of like ideas for video essays, and then I look at their sources, and then I, read those sources if they sound like they'd be relevant to whatever it is I'm talking about. It's wonderful. I love Wikipedia. Over half this country lives in a situation where a $500 emergency could break them. And I'm glad that I'm not currently in that situation, but God, I have been in the past. And it's mostly because I keep very strict budgets. All right, this is net personal wealth. This is like by individual. What the average net personal wealth is for top 1%, top 10%, 50 to 90th, and bottom half. So the top 1%, unsurprisingly, we're looking at a massive number here. Top 10%. But I think it's really fascinating that, like, basically anything above 50, anything above the 50th percentile is... Let's see, how many orders of magnitude are we talking? Is 300 times that of the bottom half. The average for the 50th, or for anything 50 to 90%, is 300 times that of the bottom half. As I would like it to be known, you're more of a man than I will ever be. I'm not a man. Real and valid. Gonna blast, no worries, you take care, Nix. All the best. Bye-bye. Net personal wealth. What's going on with this one? Logarithmic. Okay, this clears it up as like a logarithmic scale, so it's just easier to look at. But like this is the accurate one in that it's not displayed logarithmically. Absolutely a healthy and balanced system. The fact that the average personal net wealth of the bottom half of Americans is sitting at 13,000 when there are people out there with 15 million is absurd to me. What the fuck? I think also it'd be really useful to understand what personal wealth is. Can we get a definition on personal wealth? Can I get a definition on personal wealth? Ugh, those are numbers. Those are numbers. What's personal wealth mean? Can I get some clarification on that? Give me a second, chat. I would like to know what net personal wealth is. Need a couple of Luigis. No comment. I want to make sure that this means what I believe it is. Yeah, okay, it's everything you own in assets minus everything you owe in liabilities. Got it. All right. Yeah, it's literally just like everything you own. Yeah. It's absurd to me. It is absurd to me, chat, that we live in this world. There's some net wealth calculators, but out of here, which is legit. What is okay, net wealth calculator? Net worth calculator? Is that... Huh. Okay, yeah. You just put in like everything you have in all of your accounts and it gives you your like net worth. I don't want to know mine. It's gonna be low. The answer's gonna be bad. I hit the wrong button. Speaking of money, Dragon Quest Monsters Dark Prince is currently only $10. I'm really over my budget this month due to the move. Those people with 15 million will say it's completely normal to have an economy like this. It's not, chat. It's not. Fuck capitalism. Fuck capitalism. This is a broken, fucked up system. This is a broken, fucked up system. To see what percent. Okay, now you do have me kind of curious to see what percentile I'm in. I'm not going to give the answer, I don't think. Because I'm scared to find out myself. The only thing keeping my net worth not literally in the negatives is because of my PC. Real and valid. Yeah, I have no clue how much the shit I own is. I'm going to be honest, I am very lucky that I own a lot of expensive things. I'm very lucky that I own like a $300 guitar and a $300 banjo. My PC is probably a solid like $700. My microphone's $400. Those are all things though that I either were bought for me or were things that I saved for a considerable period of time for, you know? What would be the most expensive thing I own? Probably my PC. Probably my PC. My PC is probably the most expensive thing I own. I don't make much. I don't make much. If medical emergency can fuck someone over, the system is fucked. Yeah. All this calculator did was further reinforce how really bad some people have it out there. Yeah. The RAM in your PC alone is 1K. Probably these days. I paid, I think, around $700 for the parts in this PC when I got them. Something like that. And again, I've been ship of thieves using this PC for about 3 years. So over the course of 3 years, I've been gradually taking out and putting in new parts, replacing them either as things died or as I had the resources to do so. Heavily recommend Ship of Thieves using a PC if you can. It's actually pretty cool. I learned a lot about computers because of it. Nah, I'm very lucky to be in a position right now where, like, I'm not actively freaking out, but I'm very over my budget this month. And while, you know, I have $10 I could spend, I'm over budget, and I don't want to make things worse than they have to be, you know? Me, Ship of Thieves, using my $40 office PC, real! I do own a Nintendo OLED Switch, which was $400 at release, but I got for $200. Thank you for the follow. Bark, bark, bite, bite. What other expensive stuff do I own? I'm looking around. Most of my clothing is either bought from punk shows or thrifted. Ooh, I have a fancy old camera. I own a lot of vintage shit. I don't know, that might be expensive. Hello, welcome on in. Bye. But nah. The fuck chat, fuck the rich, fuck capitalism. I think that's always the end message of this. Fuck capitalism. We hate capitalism around here, chat. I yearn for and fight for a better world wherein people are able to live comfortably. And so much of my fight is motivated by a love of people and of humanity and of the world. I want the world to be a better place. I am an anarchist in large part because I love people. Fuck capitalism in the bad way. I do think it is. Wait, sorry. I just saw something really cute. Wait. I just saw something really cute. Chat. One sec. Thank you, Druid, for this horrid edit. I love it. It's so good. It's so cute. Chat, it's me and my good friend Celerity. And also Lycan. Lycan's in there. I hate that this looks like every like white southern family who like grew up rural and came into the suburbs, you know? This is like every fucking that father there, like his dad was blue collar, but he's working a office job in like the tech industry. The mom's a stay at home, you know? Can you put on the winter coat for me? Give me a second. You gotta make me normal first. I'm right. I'm correct. Alright, there's the winter coat. I can take this off, put the jacket on. There you go. I'm all winter coated for you. He's so hot. Yeah, I know. You don't need to remind me. No, this really does read like every white suburban family who like moved out to the suburbs from like some rural ass town. You know, the father didn't want to end up a tradesman like his dad, and so he got a computer science degree. Don't know why I made Legan the cheating father. It works. It works. Dad ass looks like photos of my extended family. Like how the one in the red shirt is just mom you in a different angle. Something like that. It's really funny. Chad, it's me and all my kids that I don't pay child support for. It's me and all the kids I don't pay child support for. I'll die before I pay child support. Single dad who works too hard. Thank you for the stretch, pour from my mind. Appreciate ya. God knows Lycan does so much to just keep me on top of my shit. Big stretch. Family picture reminds me of my aunt and uncle with their kids. Family photos look like that. Yeah, it's very white suburban gore. It's very white suburban gore. But thank you for the stretch. Sart, I don't know what to call you, but do feel free to let me know if there is something you prefer to be called. I appreciate the hell out of you. Where was I? Where was I? The one foster kid, yeah, obligatory, you know? That I'm not gonna make that joke, actually. I'm not gonna make that joke. Feel like I'm going to sleep. Excuse me. Bye. No worries. You take care of yourself. I'm sorry you're a little bit sick, but please make sure you self-care first and foremost. Real life always takes priority. Hope you know you will always have a place here. Ah rah rah rah. Ah rah rah rah. The redheaded stepchild. Me. I'm the ginger one. Alright. Hello, Monster Kicker. How are you doing tonight? Bark, bark, bite, bite. How the fuck do donations work again? The easiest way to send me money is just via the temp link. If people want to gift me games, if there's a game you want to gift me, you can ask for my Steam friend code. I'll hand it over to longer time community members, but like, I don't know, shrug. The mailman was a cat boy. One day, archive was scattered across space and time. How do I know? Why, I hold a piece of him right here. Hello, Stoned GZ. How are you doing today? Welcome back, Multiverse. Lovely to see you. Chat, I am genuinely mad that that one recording session got fucked up because I wanted to edit that shit live. I'm really tempted to try doing some scripting work on stream just for the sake of the productivity, but I don't feel like it'd be entertaining. Don't wear the ears at work? You could. You could. Listen, chat, wouldn't it be so cute to see a Catboy Orleans delivering your mail? I think that'd be adorable. I want Catboy Orleans to deliver my mail. I think it'd be cute. Love the old you. Look, this is my winter coat. I'm not. Everyone, okay, people ask for the winter coat and they immediately start calling me a dill for telling me I look old. It's my winter coat. I'm 24. Chat, I am 24 years of age. I am 24 whole years of age. I am also very hot. This is true. This is true. I am very hot. We know this. I am very hot. The rare shiny AE. Yeah, I don't use this often enough. Old. I'm not old. I'm 24. Learned how to use cement today. Spent 2 hours pressure spraying my grandfather's rugs. They've never been cleaned before. Congratulations! Hey, that sounds like a productive day. Proud of you. Very proud of you. Man, Old AE is so short-tempered. I'm killing you with my teeth. If you somehow bring cat ears, I'll do the honors, but I ain't buying them. Aw, damn. This is so sad. This is so sad. I own a muzzle. Anyway. Can attest is hot boy. I'm very hot. I'm very attractive. I'm very proud of my appearance. I put a good deal of work into it. I'm actually going to be starting to work out relatively soon, and I'm excited about that, chat. That's for you, not me. I mean, it could be. But I'm going to be starting to work out soon, and I'm very excited about that. AE muzzle toggle when? Never. Not happening. That takes my power away. I do have a couple masks. One sec. There's my mask. There's my mask. I love the rigging I did for the face on my model. Oh, it's so good. Wait, why do you have one anyway? Good question. Next question. I own a muzzle. Who starts a conversation like that? I just sat down. We've been having a conversation for nearly 2 hours. Come on, come on. Ah, rah, 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 rah. Ah, rah, 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 rah. You can do a timeout redeem that puts a mask over your avatar face. I mean, so okay. I do intentionally try to limit redeems that interrupt the flow of stream. So anything that's gonna like potentially get in the way of footage. Also, model redeems unfortunately are really complicated just due to the software I use. I have too many models. It's a problem. But perhaps, maybe one of these days, you must know some impolite biters. I will just say, chat, if you go to a furry convention wearing a muzzle, people will think you're the coolest person in the room. They will also ask you to bite them. Just like for anyone who needs that information, you go to a furry convention wearing a muzzle, everyone will think you were the coolest person in the room and they will ask you to bite them. Use this power wisely. I'm not old, it's my winter coat. But totally go to a furry convention wearing a muzzle, do it. Just one more reason to wear a muzzle. What if I go to a furry convention in the same outfit as that one hunter guy from Jumanji? Do it, it'd be funny. Hee hee. We used to have a Jack Russell. He'd bite the shit out of everyone. Aw, poor thing. Oh, little guy. Hello, Kirator. How are you doing today? Bye. Chat, I just love biting people, okay? I just love biting people. I'm not gonna get too into it, but like there's a lot of events I went to at said furry convention where a lot of people talked to me because of the muzzle, and very specifically approached me being like, "Where did you get that? That's so cool." I intentionally, this is a thing I do in my day-to-day life. I dress very loudly in order to get people to approach me. I want people to think I'm cool and come up and have a conversation with me, because I'm actually, despite how I present myself, a shy, anxious dumbass who can't start conversations for my life. I cannot walk up to the person I think looks cool and talk to them. So instead, I'm gonna make them really want to talk to me. It works. This is literally how I established a reputation in my local punk scene, and how I have made most of my friends. I just looked really, really aggressively not normal in public. I looked extremely punk, furry, queer, leftist, etc. in public. And people who were like-minded saw me and went, "That guy's cool," and started a conversation with me and dragged me into their friend circles. Like seriously, if you are someone who wants to make friends and you struggle with it, you do have to be willing to put yourself out there. You do have to be willing to go into public spaces and engage and talk to people and like exist around others. But if you are someone who struggles with starting conversations, it can genuinely be useful to make yourself the conversation starter. I have a back patch on my battle jacket that reads "Compost and Training." It is a reference to Pat the Bunny's song "We Are All Compost and Training." It is a song about how like Pat. So okay, for Pat, it is a song about how he feels useless, but that he knows even in his death, he will, give back to the world. It is a song about desiring to give back, not knowing how to, feeling as though your existence is unproductive, but knowing at the very least in your death you have purpose. To me, the phrase "compost and training" has come to represent the fact that we all eventually die, and even in our deaths we carry weight. For me, it is a mantra to myself to say that I'm going to do everything I can with my life while I'm alive, and one day I will die, and even that will give back to the world, So I have this "compost and training" back patch, and a lot of people compliment it. Of course, fellow folk punk fans, but also a lot of people who don't know what it means because they think it's funny as shit. They think it's super fucking hilarious. So they come up to me and they start conversations with me, and it's really great. If you are someone who struggles to start conversations, but you have, a scene with physical meeting spaces that you can go into, make yourself the conversation starter. That's what I did. Give me some advice for looking punk and cool and queer in public. If you want to look punk, DIY some shit. Get some patches. Cover a pair of like pants and a jacket in patches. Thrift an old jacket or vest. Put a big back patch on it. Start just like fucking DIYing the hell out of that shit. Chains can be easy. Just add a lot of chains and jewelry to your outfit. The main thing I do is just patch everything I own, though. Want to do this, but we're in the 70s hipster style. Want to start dressing like a 70s male hippie? Good luck. I hope it brings you joy and fulfillment. I wear no conversation starters. Do not talk to me, and that's valid. I want people to talk to me. Often afraid of interacting with others because I feel as if others are scared of me. Also tend to struggle to find things to relate to others. See, I'm just a very shy and anxious person, but you find the right crowd and it works. You find the right crowd and it works. There's a lot of my close friends are people that I met just because I looked like a freak in public, and it works. It works. One sec, I'm trying to find it real quick. I'm just saying, like, again, when I say dressing like a queer punk ass freak in public, just to reiterate, if you saw that guy, would you talk to him? If you saw that guy, would you talk to him? A lot of people, the answer is yes. And sure, it's not many, but for a lot of people, the answer is yes. It works. Go into settings wherein like-minded people are going to exist, and look aggressively queer, look aggressively punk and leftist, whatever kind of person you're trying to attract. Uh, make yourself the conversation starter. Again, furry conventions are a great place because, like, if you have some cool furry paraphernalia or you're doing something weird, people will point it out and have a conversation with you about it. It's great. I want to, but my social anxiety would snipe me from the rooftop. I'm that kind of person, which is why I do the thing. I am absurdly shy, again, despite how I present myself. Do I come across as a shy person? I definitely come across as anxious. I don't know if I come across as shy or introverted or whatnot, but I'm definitely a shy, quiet, introverted type. But, you know, to derail this conversation, because Bass and Very Sane, have you ever played the Day Shift at Freddy's trilogy? No, I've not. I've not touched any... If this is about Five Nights at Freddy's, I've not engaged with it because I fucking hate Scott Cawthorn. But yeah, no. Hard to gauge from stream, but I imagine streamers to be awkward shut-ins. See, I'm not an awkward shut-in, but I'm definitely awkward and anxious. I can believe it. I'm really talkative when I'm comfortable. I'm not even necessarily a very talkative person even when I'm comfortable. I've just gotten very good at streaming because I like performance. I like being on a stage, you know? To me, this is fulfilling. So I'm able to push past a lot of it. I also chat. I've had my scented candle burning next to me this entire stream, and it's so nice. Chat. I'm so sorry. Every time I've dissed scented candle enjoyers, I get it now. I understand now. I get it. It is citrus champagne. So it's got like some lemon, some orange, some it says white pine on here. It's a very sweet citrusy scent. You're changed them and it changed to you, whatever you're feeling right now, something like that. It's a FNAF visual novel fan game. They're complete and they're all free. See, I don't have any desire to check them out, largely because I've never played a Five Nights at Freddy's game and I do not plan on it. Largely again because Scott Cawthorn is a piece of shit, and I will not be, especially on stream, promoting that. To be perfectly clear, I don't particularly care what media people are engaging with in their free time. I'm not going to be the person to tell you that, you know, you're a shitty person for engaging with you know, a piece of media that I personally disagree with the creator of, or that I think has problems. I think that there is value in being able to engage with media, even media that is questionable or whatnot, through a critical lens, and I am extremely anti-censorship. That said, as a content creator, I hold an amount of, how do I say? I hold a responsibility to my audience, because many people see what I play and want to play it too. A lot of people will see me do something, and that can directly generate profits for a game. I've had a lot of people buy games because of me. And I do not want to put money into the pockets of shitty people. If you really want to engage with the work of someone who is a piece of shit, try to do so in a way where they do not profit. I'm not going to fucking tell you what to do. But I, as a creator, hold an amount of responsibility to my audience, and I do not want to be the reason my money gets funneled into the pockets of shitty people. Yeah, unfortunately, Scott Hawthorne, he is a Trump supporter and a transphobe. And I am not going to funnel money into his pockets. It's the same, you know, reasons why I try to avoid playing any Microsoft games, or why I am very careful with what I play on stream. You know? I'm not going to tell anyone stop being a fan of it, but I will encourage people, if they are going to engage with it, to do so in a way where the creator does not profit, and to try, especially as someone with an audience, I feel the need to distance any like public association with it, so that I do not put money in the pockets of shitty people. But yeah, like there's again a lot of games that people have bought and taken up themselves because I've played them and they thought it looked fun or cool, and or that I bolstered their interest in it in some way. It's a thing. Fuck Mitch McConnell as well. Being a Trumper ever is icky, but dang, really in the Big 26. See, I'm not to be perfectly clear. I am never going to judge someone who formerly aligned themselves with conservative ideologies and has since taken it back. I will happily welcome anyone who is a former conservative who has realized the flaws and stepped away from it and publicly distanced themselves from it. If there are to any individuals, be them public figures or otherwise, who once supported these ideologies and have since found themselves in leftist spheres and holding onto leftist beliefs, and have been willing to publicly distance themselves from the causes they used to support, hell fucking yeah, all the more power to you. I am always happy to see people grow and learn, and I think that there is so much value in allowing people to grow and learn. If we do not give people the opportunity to become better, are we really any better than the cops? If we continue to hold people responsible for their past mistakes when they have shown a willingness and desire to change, are we really any better than the cops? You cannot have anarchy without a willingness to forgive. A core part of anarchy is police and prison abolition. It is the recognition that police systems do nothing, that punishment does nothing, and that rehabilitation and that giving people the tools they need to be better is core to making society work. But, I will happily accept anyone who has been willing to grow and change as a person. I am so happy to see people grow and change. But especially with public figures, if they have not been willing to publicly decry their former actions, that they have not shown change. It was in 2020 after the Trump artillery race, but yeah, he's quiet as fuck. 2020, unfortunately, was very recent, and I am yet to hear him say out loud that he's taken it back, Because, like, if he was like, yeah, I believed that, I've taken it back, I've stepped away, etc., etc. If he was willing to say that overtly, then cool, thumbs up, but hasn't, to my knowledge. Hello, Louvier, this is my winter coat. How are you doing today? Barper bye bye. Chat asked for the winter coat, so I gave it to them for once. I'll judge them for their poor decision making abilities, but I'll accept them and endure cause nonetheless. See, I don't think judgment is useful, but I am also someone who takes judgment very harshly. And I have been told many times that I am someone who is overly permissive, forgiving, and lenient. It's largely just because I always want to see and assume the best in others. I'm just the type of optimist and hope core individual wherein I always want to assume and see the best in others. But that's just a me thing. You're like Superman, am I? I don't know. I just want to see the best in other people. I don't like holding on to suspicion or ill will or anger or whatnot. I really a lot of my ideology is at its core driven by just a desire to see and understand the best in others, and I may be overly permissive and forgiving at times, but it is because I want to believe in the capacity of people to change. And that I believe that coming together is core to fighting. Superman with more health issues and his weakness is weird social situations. I don't know if my greatest weakness would be weird social situations. I don't know. Hi, Plague, it's my winter coat. I haven't used it since, like, probably December. Optimism in this economy. I am an optimist, believe it or not. Believe it or not. Am I an optimist? Am I? No, I don't think I am an optimist, but I think I am hopecore. You know? I don't think I'm an optimist, but I think I am hopecore. Used to be conservative back in 2019. I was 14, but I'm willing to look into things, realize that gender and sex are the same thing. Here I am. Don't believe in my former beliefs. Hey, and I'm proud of you. We love to see growth. You're definitely an optimist for believing in a better Florida. If we cannot accept that change is possible, then what is the point of fighting? I don't necessarily think of myself as an optimist because very often I think the reason why I don't call myself an optimist is because I consider optimism to be the belief that everything will just work out. I see the fight ahead as one that is difficult but possible, and I consider that more in line with realism. I don't think that like, oh, we're just gonna start the revolution and everything's gonna go great and be fine. I don't even necessarily believe that we have all the tools we need. I do not believe that as leftists we have gotten ourselves into a space wherein change is possible yet. But I do believe that change can happen should we band together and to take the necessary steps. I don't know. I consider myself to be more of a realist, but hello, Nox. Lovely to see you. Bye bye. Are you in Australia? I think it's winter over there. Chat just asked for it. All right, all right, all right. You look cute either way. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just a loud bastard. Chat, when I was at the music festival last Saturday, a guy walked up to me and he was like, "Hey, you look really cool." And I'm like, "Oh, thank you." And he's like, "You look really cute and cool." And I'm pretty sure he was flirting with me, and I just kind of like, at the time I didn't realize it, bear in mind. I was just like, yeah, thank you so much, I appreciate it. Mind you, it was about 9 p.m. We were trying to get indoors to see the next set, so I was kind of in a rush. I'm pretty sure he was flirting it with me, and I did not recognize it at the time. And I feel kind of bad about it. I didn't realize until I had walked away. He was probably trying to flirt with me. Hello, Lord Keeper. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Dude, 100% you were being flirted with. Sounds like he fumbled it. I feel bad. Because I'm like, it wasn't gonna go anywhere. I'm aromantic, but damn, I feel bad. I'm also very okay. I have this problem where I'm very used to when men flirt with me, assuming they're perceiving me as a woman, and that's a thing that I need to adjust my headspace around now that I'm like, you know, on T and being red mask more often. That like I'm not always being read as femme. And so I do need to do away with the assumption in my head that like strangers that men who are strangers are flirting with me as if I'm a woman. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Because it wasn't gonna go anywhere, obviously. I'm aromantic, but I would have liked to at least like chat with him. Because he did look cool. I was just low social energy at that point. You know? Once the guy who kept talking about how gay he is spending time around me and once talked about masturbating with a pointed look and I just brushed it off as lol boy talk. Real. I don't understand flirting, chat. I also don't understand flirting. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy, chat. The gay guy's flirting with you. Yeah, I need to like get used to the fact that there are going to be gay guys who actually perceive me as a guy and want to flirt with me and like deal with that because I'm very attracted to men, but I still do carry the fear oftentimes that like men are flirting with me because they perceive me as a woman, etc., etc. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Stop this flirting nonsense and go back to writing love ballads or something real. You take care, Multiverse Collective. I I wish he'd just asked for my Instagram, you know? It's not even you like me, why? But are you perceiving me as a man or a woman type of deal, you know? How direct do you think you'll need them to be? I would really prefer someone like befriend me first, honestly. You know, uh, I'd really okay. This is maybe just a me thing. I would heavily prefer, if especially if I'm at a punk show, that someone just like, if things have not already, become a thing during the show, that someone just kind of like ask for my Instagram and talk to me about it after the fact, because I'm so brain dead by the end of a show. Like, I have made out with someone in the middle of a punk show. That's a thing that's happened. My playlist just ended. Give me a second. I have made out with someone in the middle of a punk show. Thank you. Bark, 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 bite, bite. I don't know why I just got that notification. But like, if it doesn't hit the rails at the show, just ask for my Instagram and talk to me about it later. I do prefer people to be direct and overt with me. In any case, there will be an ad hitting soon. I do apologize, folks. Twitch has forced me to run ads. Y'all know the drill by now. I'm tempted to work a little bit on scripting on stream. In any case, we're gonna continue our yapping. We're still gonna be in the just chatting category, but I might be tempted to do a little bit of scripting. We'll see. I thought you would say they need to throw me over their shoulder. I admittedly do just kind of have suspicion of anyone who comes after me with romantic intent, because I am aromantic. But I need to get over that if I want to have game. If I want to get bitches. I do, in fact, get bitches. But typically those bitches start as friends. I'm normal. Time to support AE. Thank you so much for your love and support, chat. Means the world. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I might put my energy drink away during the ad break, just so I don't drink all of it. It supports you so hard. Thank you. It means the world. Thank you, everyone, for continuing to be here and support my art. I'm going to continue making art after the ad break. I am, after all, an artist. Chat, I don't fucking know how flirting works. I'm just a little guy. I am literally just a little guy. Bro is just here indeed. A may be a catch, but a strictly catch and release. That's a fun way of saying it. Alright, give me a second. I'll BRB. Just gotta put this back in the fridge. Take my Prime sub forever. That's like $1 per month, but I'm putting it in your pocket. Hey, it means the world, genuinely. That $1 a month brings me one, hey, sometimes that dollar is a meal, Sometimes that dollar is food in my belly. Sometimes that dollar is what fucking allows me to eat. Thank you. Gay people. Your poor dysfunctional belly, my poor dysfunctional body, chat. My body that doesn't work quite right. Hello, Kefir. 1 second, I need a jacket. Jacket time. Jacket time. How to successfully flirt with AE. Hey, want to eat my liver? Here's the thing. That would work. That would work. That's the thing. That would work. I'm normal. Thank you for the follow. Give me a second. Chat, unfortunately for me, the ways you flirt with me are either by threatening me or by being extremely pre-coded in front of me. Alright, give me a second. I gotta set my alarms for tomorrow. What time do I have to be awake in the morning? 12:30 is not that bad, actually. Very fucking normal. Chat, world's most normal VTuber. Give me a second while I figure out what time I have to be awake in the morning. Chat, you flirt with me by threatening me or by being extremely pre-coded in front of me. And it's kind of a problem because I genuinely, like... Chat, I can't just do, like, normal hookups because I'm not into normal shit. And so I have to have a whole conversation just to, like, know if people are gonna be chill. Anyway, welcome back from the ads, everybody. I'm talking about how annoying it is to be kinky. I'm just checking real quickly what time I have to be awake in the morning so I can set my alarms. And then... you need the other guy to be as much of a freak. Exactly. We neurodivergent here? I am unfortunately a freak, and I need the people that I'm into to also be freaks. Apparently, I have to be awake tomorrow at 11:30. Cool. 11:30 is doable. I can do that. Setting my alarms real quick. That should be good enough. Yeah. Alright, that works. Alarm set. Let me plug my phone in so it'll charge a little bit. I should also charge my smartwatch real quick. The watch that does my heart rate. Hello, Spooky Sapphics. How are you doing today? Give me a second. I'm doing a couple housekeeping things on my end before I get back into the swing of things. I just realized that my watch is on 4% battery and 3% battery, and I need to fix that. And also my heart rate's going 106. Nice. All right, one sec. Just keep charging. All right, and we're back in it. Apologies, folks. My watch was about to die. It needs its charge. Chat, can I just say, I fucking despise these chargers where they've got the tiny ass little electrodes that you need to like line up on the bottom of your device. Why? Chat, we have micro USBs, we have USB-Cs. Can we just agree on a charger type? I am so tired of these devices that have weird ass unique chargers with their little dots. I don't like it. I don't like it. Not a fan. My boyfriend is neurotypical, but he can handle my neurodivergent dumbass. Hey, I'm glad you have that, genuinely. Reminds me of the meme of that guy who asked a girl to choke him for funsies, but the girl stopped because she said he looked like a bunny in the eyes. That's so cute. Oh, I wish. Anyway, I'm normal. Oh yeah, I'm also incredibly mad about the Fitbit app becoming the Google Health app, and the fact that it wants me to like connect my health info to it. That isn't corrupt at all. That doesn't give horribly corrupt at all. You know? That doesn't give horribly corrupt energy. Doing alright on StreamerBot, trying to give some personality to the bot I'm deploying to help manage chat. Writer and me can't help herself. What kind of personality? I'm curious. But yeah, no, screw the new Google Health app. It's so full of Gen AI, but unfortunately I need to keep track of things like, I really love the cardiac load feature for the Google like Health app or the old Fitbit app, because it gives a really good picture of how much strain my heart is under. uh, of how hard my heart is working at different like points in the day. It helps me kind of line up specific activities I was doing or conditions I was in with when my heart was having to pull overtime. It's really funny because like there's a whole weekly goal for like zone minutes and for cardiac load. I normally hit it by Wednesday morning. I have usually hit the weekly goal usually by Tuesday, but like at the latest Wednesday morning. My heart's working overtime. Quit being so surveillanophobic, or I'll have to give you the Palantir stare. No wrong think. I am so mad about the budding surveillance state. It makes me deeply uncomfortable. I'm already a deeply paranoid person. Chat, I'm schizoaffective, and the kinds of shit that is being implemented and that they're trying to justify bringing into our lives is the kind of nightmare fuel that lives in my worst fears. The bot is technically too, Ina and Talia. All right, that's cute. That's cute. Hey, hell fucking yeah, enjoy. I have to use the word goal as my sit down like an indicator. If I see the that number going up, that means that I'm pushing myself too hard and need to take it easier for the next couple hours or days. Thank you for the hydrate, avid aloe drinker. Been a hot minute. How are you doing? Barbara, bye bye. In any case, chat, I am heavily considering just like okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I am heavily considering for a little while just like plugging away at this. But I also know that it would be horrible content. Let me make it invisible over here real quick. I also know for a fact that it would be horrible content. Give me a second to change that email. It's not doxable information or anything. It's just an account that I never check. You laugh sounds like a fox, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, correct. I am tempted to plug away at this for a little bit, but I don't think it'd be good content. I'm gonna swap to a Gemini watch eventually. Oh, I horribly misread that. I was gonna be like, huh? Garmin watch eventually. It doesn't seem to have any AI yet, and they're meant to be more functional, such outdoors proof rather than fancy smartwatch. Noted. How expensive are they, though? That is the question. That is always the question. Now, I was gonna be like, Gemini? Gemini? That's AI. My best friend's gonna be moving to an area close to Archon, Ohio, known for three things: LeBron James, Okron, and being the bad kind of predator safe haven. Good luck. Good luck to them. EU mandates that new devices in EU markets use USB-C. Okay, but does that apply for things like smartwatches, or is that just for like phones, computers, etc.? That's the question. Had to get a new phone because the old one was stolen. Spent the whole day disabling every AI bullshit it has. Good. Fuck AI. It is exhausting how much they're trying to pump into anything. And the worst part of it is, I think, it's not even profitable. It's not even profitable, and they know it's not profitable. They know that the majority of consumers don't want it or think it's not worthwhile, and they're continuing to stick it into everything. And I went on a whole ramble earlier about how so many basic machine learning tools that have existed for upwards of a decade are being labeled as AI for the sake of pleasing investors. And I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Only thing I know about Ohio is a football Hall of Fame and Scott the Woz ballad. Remember, USB-C was mandated for phones in the EU, but IDK other devices are covered by the regulation? Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's going to impact things like smartwatches. And also, that does not stop companies from continuing to sell versions with unique chargers in other countries. Thank you, Audrey, for the hydrate. Barbara, bye-bye. That sucks, Lycan. Oh, that is so much money. Companies promised it would save 20% if they fired 30% of their workforce and have lost 20% and are paying more for AI and having to hire back for more. And unfortunately, like, I don't know if the AI bubble is going to pop anytime soon. I want to believe it will, but my fear is that the government has a tendency to bail out large companies, especially large tech companies that are in their good standing when they fuck up. So my fear is, yes, generative AI is not profitable and these companies are going to go bankrupt sooner rather than later, but what is stopping them? What is stopping the government from bailing them out, you know? It's an existing pattern that we've seen for a long time. It wouldn't be anything new. Xbox just hired a new head who used to be an AI head. Now she's anti-AI and abandoning AI. That's good. However, fuck Xbox is owned by Microsoft and they are complicit in genocide, so... Ugh. I think if they make it intertwined with literally everything, people won't have a choice, but to use it just like tablet technologies. That's the big fear. That they will just put it in everything to an extent where it becomes impossible to avoid. Because here's the thing. I would argue that it is already near impossible to avoid touching AI ever in your day-to-day life. And it really bothers me whenever I see posts from people going, oh, I have never touched an AI and I will never, and I don't even know what it looks like or how it works, because how are you supposed to recognize it if you don't understand it? But that's a whole separate ramble. You can't go on YouTube mobile anymore without having generative AI shoved in your face, because all those little summaries under your videos are AI. You can't do a Google search unless you disable a bunch of settings. Essentially, especially on phones, it is extremely difficult to get rid of AI entirely, and it's exhausting. It is genuinely exhausting. Working real hard to de-Google and remove AI from as much as I can, and it's hard genuinely to remove it all. Yeah, it is hard. It is hard, especially because so often they don't tell you what's generative AI and what is just everyday functions that have existed forever, because it's all under the name AI now, and I'm tired. Speaking of gaming news, off-topic thing I want to discuss, Dragon Quest 12, won't go on about it unless people want me to. I've never played a Dragon Quest game. I have no knowledge or understanding of them. I own Dragon Quest Builders because I need the Pocopia fix, because I do not own a Switch 2 yet. Chat, I want to Switch 2 so badly. Chat, I want to Switch 2. Chat, I really, really, really want to Switch 2. I really want to Switch 2. God, I want it so badly. I'm trying to figure out how I can afford a Switch 2 before the price increase in September. But you know. I actually suspect that any AI bailouts are just going to be enough for investors to cash out and move on to the next fad. Won't be enough to keep the products in development going, but it's going to be a mess no matter what. Yeah. Fair point there. I am a little bit less optimistic on that route, but I hope you're correct. That said, like, no matter what, it's going to take years for the economy to recover from this mess, which is why we need to destroy capitalism, you know? If I can be so honest, I am so sick and tired of how much of the conversation around AI, especially in like literal spaces, is about regulation and not about how we just need to get rid of this shit. But you know. But yeah, I hunger for Pocopia. Chat, I want Pocopia so badly. It's not profitable because people still fall with billions of dollars in their pocket. Yeah, because, you know, people with having money doesn't mean you're smart. Unfortunately, chat, having money does not mean you're smart. It just means that you're either lucky or have connections. Just notice your 3D model renders light behind your hair shining onto it and it gets blocked by your switchy tail. Yeah. See, these are the visual effects. Okay. Chat, before stream, I spent about 20 minutes recording lines of audio for my next video essay, that being the script that's currently up behind me. Spent about 20 minutes recording audio. I can't use any of it because I didn't have my cute little lighting effects on. And I'm very sad about it because look at my lighting effects. They're so cute. I can't use the footage now. I need my lighting effects. Here's how it looks on the normal model. It's a little bit less noticeable here, but like, I need my cute lighting effects. So that's 20 minutes of work down the fucking drain. I do think, unfortunately, the lighting looks a lot better on my winter coat. My lighting effects are so cute. God damn it. Alright, this is the script for my next video, chat. And like I said, I'm tempted to try to work on it on stream, but I'm just not sure how viable it is. So far, I have successfully recorded this section. This section has been recorded and rough edited. I still need to write the intro. I tend to write intros last because I want to make sure it all kind of comes full circle and is thematically resident with the rest of it. So I'm going to make a bunch of references and in-jokes to things that are going to come back later. I need to see how I am going to phrase my thesis later in order to properly reflect it in my intro. I want to give an intro that, you know, asks a question that gets you thinking, and then come back to it towards the end. And the most effective way of doing that I've found is to not write my intro until I have finished my outro. But I have this whole section recorded. This chapter here, I need to rework the second half of. So everything here on, I need to rework. This chapter is almost done. I'm still figuring out the order of a couple points towards the bottom here, and I'm waiting on some voice lines for someone. The last two chapters are not written yet. Would you ever plan on doing a video essay on video games or any media you find interesting? So actually, funny story, my original concept for the channel was to play games from the early 2000s and 2010s and then make video essays about them, ideally talking about queer and leftist themes within them. Evidently, that's not what has happened. But I still have a lot of video essay ideas that are like leftist analysis of games I enjoy, many of which I've played on stream. I can pull up my list, actually. I have a list. Chat, welcome to my video ideas list. It's not on screen. I'm just going to start reading them out loud because I keep it on my phone. Yeah, I found my niece was a yapper, unfortunately. I thought my niece was going to be a retro gamer who talks about queer and leftist issues. Turns out people liked the queer and leftist issues more than the retro games. I thought the theme of my channel was going to be draw people in with game they're nostalgic about, and then have them stick around for the queer and leftist ramblings. Turns out the queer and leftist ramblings are the draw. Alright. I'm going to start reading out some of the video essay ideas I have. Wizard 101 and the politics of dogs. Gonna let that one sit for a second. This is a video essay talking about Wizard 101 and the dog people within it, and how they do a colonialism. And I use Wizard 101 and the dog people within it as a means to bridge into a conversation about semiotics and the ways in which dogs function as social and political symbols, particularly in relation to colonialism and like police culture and shit like that. I want to talk about media consumption as a media creator. I want to talk about how being someone who makes art has changed my relationship with the media I consume, but I don't know if it's going to be a particularly relatable or interesting one to people who aren't me. I can tell you that like it's the more embedded I have become in creator spaces, the more the way I consume media has shifted in some very tangible ways. I don't know if that'd be interesting to anyone who is not a creator. You take care, Plague. Bye. You will never create a masterpiece, but just a general like, hey, that thing in your head, make it kind of positivity post. Queering death. I want to eventually make a video essay talking about queer death anthropology, because that's a subject that is near and dear to my heart. Thank you for the follow, Bye. Welcome on in. If I was rich, I would pay you to follow me around narrating my life, and those around me. God, that'd be such a fun job, and such an easy job, if only. Uh, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon End of the Revolution. I haven't really figured out what the thesis of that one is, and of course some emotional PMD music has to pop in during this very moment. God damn it. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers is my favorite game of all time. It is a game that is endlessly influential to me. I'll talk about Fossil Fighters in a second. I because I am familiar with Fossil Fighters. But Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky is my favorite game of all time. It is one that is near and dear to my heart. It is so, so important to me. And I've realized in the time since that a lot of my love for it comes from the way it leans into the fantasy of martyrdom. I am someone who I will admit has long held on to fantasies of martyrdom. And occupying this character who is so willing to throw their life away for the sake of this mission to save the past is kind of beautiful. That is the spirit of revolution. It shouldn't have to be, but sometimes it is. And I want to reflect on what Pokemon Mystery Dungeon has to say about martyrdom, about the fight for change, about revolution, and about leftist ideals. I don't quite know the thesis on that one yet, but it is one that lives in the back of my head. Science is Capitalism is a video essay I want to eventually make talking about the ways in which the sciences are inextricably linked to capitalist interests. It gets into scientific literacy, the gatekeeping of scientific information, into the ways science is funded. Because for so much of my life, I acted as though, or wanted to believe that sciences were a place where you could escape from capitalist forces and interests, but they aren't. Barbie, Horse Girls, and Gender I've talked about extensively. Addressing the individual. Why don't we ever fix systemic problems? Basically just a whole big think piece on the ways in which so much of our culture is focused on addressing these symptoms of problems rather than their roots and how we break out of that. I am so sick of living in a world where we are where I see hundreds of mutual aid posts a week, and wherein we are constantly fundraising money for the victims of ICE, or in a world wherein we are boycotting individual creators for their crimes rather than, standing up against the systemic problems that have created this. I want to fix systemic issues, not address the individual. A defense of toxic yaoi. That's a fun one. Oh. A defense of toxic yaoi. I think that speaks for itself. Silent Hill 4 has never been more relevant. Is about Silent Hill 4 and the loneliness epidemic, and particularly about how our perceptions and understanding of media can change and shift with time. It is about how Silent Hill 4 is more relevant in a post-COVID world than it ever has been before. Toontown Disney and corporate anti-capitalism. Not a good title. Need to work on that one. But about Toontown and how it is Disney's anti-capitalist hit piece. Retcons, theories, and mysteries, basically about the urge people have to try and make sense of narratives that were never meant to make sense. A leftist analysis of theme park culture. That's a fun one. I want to eventually make a video talking about what it means to grow old while punk, particularly analyzing Apes of the States, What's Another Night, and the work of Friends in Real Life, two artists that I deeply respect who have both, made really, really wonderful pieces that primarily focus on what it means to grow old while punk. Really cool shit. This Video Kills Fascists, which is just a video talking about the notion of artist praxis. Parasociality is good, actually, is a fun one. That's going to get a lot of clicks. A history of digital archival, particularly is relevant to leftist and queer circles. That's one that I want to do eventually. And then You Can't Outrun Fascism. That's about half the ideas in my list, those are the good ones. There's a bunch more that aren't good. There are a lot more that just aren't good. There's a lot more that I'm probably never gonna make because they kind of suck. Pyro, it's very specifically about trying to make sense of media that was never meant to make sense. The like retcons, theories, analysis one, that is about people trying to come up with explanations for things that aren't supposed to make sense, like the Zelda timeline. You know, it's a teardown of things like the Zelda timeline. The fact that all of these were made without necessarily the intention of being interconnected, and now people are retroactively trying to give narrative and form to something that was never meant to happen in the first place, as if it was some grand plan all along. Shit like that. It's about the ways in which, especially as series, carry on for extended periods of time, oftentimes they kind of stop to make sense, or they kind of stop making sense because they were never really meant to make sense in the first place, and people feel this retroactive need to assign meaning and intention to them. You know? In any case, about Fossil Fighters. I love Fossil Fighters. It is a game that I played extensively when I was a child. I went back to replay Fossil Fighters, I think back in like 2022 or maybe 2023. And that replay scared me off of streaming it, primarily because of the really heavy racist caricatures that I had forgotten were in the game. If I were to ever stream Fossil Fighters, I would only be able to do so if I had the capacity and research and knowledge base necessary to adequately address the racist caricatures within it. Because, oh god. You know? I... Oh god, chat. Oh. Oh, I meant because there was a leaked script of a Shadow of the Colossus movie where they tried to explain characters' moral ambiguity. So the issue with Shadow of the Colossus, and the reason why I'll probably not cover it, is because I think everything that can be said about the game has been said. I do not want to make videos where I'm just saying shit that other people have said better. I only want to make videos if I believe firmly that I am capable of talking about or addressing something that other people have not done already. And I will intentionally see when I am working on a video or in the early phases, has this been talked about? You know? I am not going to make a video unless I believe that I have a unique take that has not been said better by half a dozen other people. As much as I love the game, yeah, that makes sense. Just really love dinosaurs. I also love dinosaurs. I'm just hesitant to ever stream Fossil Fighters, given its racist caricatures, unless I do so while having the capacity and tools necessary to adequately address them. It's more so the Dig-a-Dig tribe that I'm like, that's a racist caricature, you know? That's the thing that I take issue with. God, there's so many racist caricatures in that game. So that slow 2 blink happened in real time, yeah. You know? Like, Pyro, maybe don't. Like, how do I say? My primary issue with the game comes down to its how do I say, caricature, what's the word I'm looking for? Racist caricature of like Native American groups. That's the thing that I take issue with primarily. But you know, that's a thing. I don't know enough. I have not played Falsa Fighters Champions. I've heard about that through the grapevine. I and I don't know enough about it to say anything, but given how many people have brought it up as being like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, maybe don't type the slur in chat. Maybe even if you're quoting it, don't type the slur in chat, you know? Thank you, mods. There are ways of censoring things when needed, you know? There are ways of censoring things. It's a complicated and nuanced one that I don't have the context to comment on, but like given how much controversy there have been with the games. Yes, but you understand why it makes people uncomfortable, Pyro, so maybe it is best to avoid it? I don't fucking know. I should make my own video essays. I heavily encourage anyone who has the urge and inspiration to create something to just fucking do it. Just make it. If there is some kind of piece of art you want to make or bring into the world, do it. Genuinely. I heavily encourage people to just fucking make shit. If you have an idea, if you have a spark of inspiration, bring that thing into reality. I think the existence and propagation of art is something wonderful and to be celebrated. Pyro, I don't think you're understanding the problem. But regardless, I'm someone who, for so much of my life, has kind of operated under the logic of, fuck it, I want to make this thing, I'm just gonna fucking do it. I want to make this thing, I'm just gonna do it. And for so much of my life, that is simply how I lived and operated and guided myself, up until I burnt out pretty hard in 2020. I don't even know if it was burnout necessarily, but something happened that stopped my creation in its tracks. And me taking up streaming was largely an effort to reclaim this desire and need to create that had driven me and defined my life for so long prior. For me, creation is a need. Creation is something I need to do, and I do out of love. I do out of adoration. I do out of this deep seated itch in my soul that grows anytime I am not making. To create is so deeply core to my being, and it is something that I love with all of my heart. And I heavily encourage others. If you want to make something, just do it. Find what time and capacity you have and just fucking do it. That said, video essays are hard. Video essays are hard. Been saying a while that a stream with the parasocial fan base is a more accurate depiction of the Yellow King than anything come out for the past 20 years. For like half a year now, should just essay it out. Do it. I'm also of the opinion that like parasociality is not an inherently bad thing. That's one of my hot takes. That said, like again, with my video essays, I come up with my own ideas. I am not going to chase an idea unless it is something I am deeply passionate about. And I am only going to jump on ideas that feel as though they fit my branding that I'm heavily passionate on, you know? That's just the way I operate. You know? I'm open to suggestions, but with how many months it usually takes me to create a video, I'm only going to invest in ideas that really, really capture me. But yeah, I'm very much someone who is of the mind that parasociality is not an inherently bad thing. In fact, I would make the argument that content creation would not be able to function without parasociality. With all the love in the world, y'all wouldn't be here if you weren't so often if you weren't at least a little bit parasocial with me. Hello, Mara Mara, lovely to see you. Bark bark bite bite. The very nature of parasociality, or rather the very nature of content creation, necessitates an amount of parasociality, because it is what draws you here. It is what brings you into my audience. It's what drives you to support me. I think parasociality becomes a problem when it becomes an issue of entitlement. Parasociality is an issue when you believe yourself to deserve personal knowledge of me beyond what I am willing to offer, or when I believe myself inherently deserving of your time and attention. Because ultimately, the very nature of content creation, this is a uneven give and take. I provide free entertainment on the internet, and I cannot expect anything in return. You come here and watch my free entertainment without further access to me than I willingly allow. But I would argue that parasociality, that content creation cannot exist without parasociality, and that parasociality is only an issue when it becomes a matter of entitlement. Mara social indeed. It's so lovely to see you. How you been? Hello, cool game. Bye bye. I appreciate the bits. It means the world. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Ultimately, though, like, the fact that people feel the desire to throw money at me or to check up on me or, you know, idolize me in any particular way or means, that is parasociality in action, and I don't think it's a bad thing. Awaken from a dream about a zombie apocalypse? Hell yeah. Thank you for the subscription as well. I appreciate it. I hope you've been enjoying your lurk. I'm just a guy on the internet. I'm just a fox on the internet trying to make cool transgressive art, talk about queer and leftist shit. I hope you're having an incredible night. Now I have 2 video essays I look forward to from the FOPs. I literally read out an entire list. Are those the only 2 that captured your brain? I read out like 15 different ideas. Hi, I'm doing all right today. We're currently just yapping, causing some problems, as we're off to do. I keep saying I'm going to try and get a little bit of video scripting done, and then I don't. Because I'm too good at yapping. I'm too good at talking. It's a problem. As like all nature of dreams is weird as fuck. Dreams are weird. I'm kind of sad I don't remember my dreams more often, but when I do, they're always funky. I adore hearing about the dreams of other people because they're always absurd. I particularly love when I pop in or show my face in others' dreams. It's very funny. It's very silly. I just missed the list. Fair point. It's too many. It's too many. Sorry to hear you're dealing with that, Jack. The martyrdom and parasociality tingle my special interest, AE. I'm so martyrcore. Chat, I'm so martyrcore. I am incredibly martyrcore. I once had a good friend of mine tell me that they are convinced I'm going to die by the age of 30, probably because of my leftist and revolutionary activities. And as much as I hope that doesn't happen, I can't say I would be surprised. Darkwood Rider, I'm gonna shoot you with the gun that I own. You're okay, Jack. It's just like, you know, I'm not a therapist. I'm just a guy on the internet. Hello, Fly High. Lovely to see you. I love the fact that people still recognize me from TikTok every now and then. I love that people still recognize me from TikTok every now and then. Hi, what brings you to the archive tonight? It's a pleasure to see ya. I'm just a loud punk bastard. You can find me talking queer and leftist issues on the internet. Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to work on my next video essay script and I keep getting distracted because this is me we're talking about. Because I never shut my goddamn fucking mouth. I'm very, very bad at shutting up. You're okay, Jacko. You're okay. Aurora. We're doing our best on here, though. It is very funny to me. I hate TikTok, I'll be perfectly honest. It is a platform that I take issue with, but I also won't lie, it's where a lot of people discover me, and I do enjoy getting discovered. And I am proud of a fair deal of the content I put on here. Caution, he bites. I love biting people. It's my favorite pastime. I love sinking my teeth into flesh. Chat, you should let me bite you. But yeah, I'm a loud leftist VTuber, video essayist. Am I allowed to show this page? Welcome to my YouTube creator studio. Whoopsie. I'm a loud leftist VTuber, video essayist, bastard musician, artist. Name a creative task. I've probably done it at some point. I adore it all. I have a singular video essay out, and I will finish a new one in the next 4 days, I swear. Same honestly, back in school, all my dreams were me waking up to my alarm, going through my entire school day, and then realizing my alarm was still on, and then wake up for real. Fascinating! That is fascinating. I wish I remembered my dreams, because the few I do recall are always so odd. God, dreams are fascinating. Dreams are fascinating. But no, I make lots of cool stuff on the internet. And I appreciate you coming on over to the Twitch side of things. This is definitely where I'm most active. You can find me on here Mondays, Wednesdays, Saturdays, 7 p.m. EST. Usually for a minimum of 6 hours. I do this about 20 hours a week. It's a big part of my life. Mara Squared fought with a big-ass bullpup gun. Zombies acted like jumping spiders and somehow made time to organize a movie watch-along. That sounds like fun. That sounds like a fun dream. I do enjoy me a big-ass fuck you gun. I do enjoy me a big-ass fuck you gun. Big gun enjoyer, chat. No one is surprised. Big gun enjoyer. Okay. Why are we getting... One sec. I pulled up a cozy Pokemon playlist. Why are we listening to fucking Violet Town right now, huh? By the way, trans rights are human rights. Trans rights are human rights. Fuck ICE. ACAB. Screw capitalism. Screw Donald Trump. What else do I got? Free Palestine. Free Congo. No one is free until everyone is free. And while we're at it, free Uncle Lou. Uncle Lou being a member of my local community who was recently kidnapped by ICE, and I still need to make a YouTube short or TikTok about that because I've been too busy. Thank you for the bark boy bark for the arp. Trans rights are human fucking rights. I'm trans, my pronouns are he, him, or they, them, and I'm your problem now. Thank you, Pyron. I'm killing you with my teeth. Alright. Listen, I'm an anarcho-communist. I mean it when I fucking say it. Chat, I really need to get an anarchist flag to put up in my room. I don't have an anarchist flag in my room yet, actually. I currently have a trans flag over one of my windows, and then I have a gay pride flag that has ACAB written on it. I don't actually have an anarchist flag yet, and I really need to fix that. Promise? Of course. I love to maul my friends. Have a bunch of multiply stacked dreams where I wake up in another phase of the dream several times before. That's fascinating. I wish I remembered my dreams. Should we make him exercise now? Exercise has been disabled for a while. And no one is illegal on stolen land. Indeed. Fuck the entire notion of nations and borders while we're at it. The idea that land is a thing that can be fucking owned, I think, is a poor and stupid one. I fight for a world wherein people are able to exist without fucking nations and borders. Where nationality isn't a fucking thing anymore. Explain because you asked. Dragon Quest is the originator of JRPGs. Dragon Quest V is pretty much invented creature collecting. Dragon Quest XI canonically for a party member who's a fantastic representation. That's cool. That's fascinating. I just haven't checked any of them out yet, and I want to eventually, but you know, the backlog is long. The backlog is incredibly long. I'm very bad at playing video games, mostly because I get too invested in the yapping. I like talking, chat. It's fun. God, chat, I love scented candles. I'm so normal. All right. Okay, okay. I do want to try and figure out where the next thing I should be working at in this video is. Get the new 007 game. Hell yeah. I have not played any of those games, actually. I miss Adventure Quest. That shit was peak. I've heard good things about Adventure Quest. It is on my list to eventually play. It is on my list. My to-stream list is too long. As far as where I'm at in the video right now, I do need to go back to this chapter 2 and just kind of rework this later section, because I wasn't happy with how any of this built up, but I feel like I need a better sense of where the essay is going before I redo this, which is why I've been working primarily on chapter 3 here. This is a section which starts with just defining large language models before jumping into Project December. And I have a couple things I still need to sort out towards the end of this, but at least the front, like, 2/3 of the section are basically done. Pyro, you're fine. You don't need to keep apologizing over it. Sometimes we just gotta say, hey, that was weird, move on, you know? It's okay. You're fine. I promise things are chill. In any case, one thing I'm definitely very curious about here, a good deal of this section of the essay focuses on the story, yes, of Project December, but largely of a man named Joshua Barbeau. And I'm really curious what people are going to take of the light that I paint Joshua in. I'm very curious for people's takes. Would y'all mind if I just like read this out to y'all and you guys give me some of your perspectives on what you think of this section, and of my takes and bars within it? I'm just gonna start here. The first time I ever came face to face with an AI chatbot was on a website named Project December. Released in September of 2020 by independent game designer and programmer Jason Rohair, Project December was one of the first of its kind. A simple chatbot running on a borrowed beta testing credential for GPT-3 intended to conduct brief conversations with users as a variety of pre-programmed characters, and even the capacity to customize your own. And I know that sounds just like every single other chatbot haunting the modern internet, but I want to stress here how new generative AI was at this point. The large language model that Project December utilized, GPT-3, would not be fully available to developers for another year, with OpenAI delaying the public release due to, and I kid you not, concerns about safety, abuse, and misinformation. ChatGPT itself would not release until November of 2022, over 2 years later. But Project December's legacy has much less to do with its status as one of the first publicly accessible AI-driven chatbots, and much more to do with someone else's story. That of Joshua Barbeau and the Jessica simulation. Joshua Barbeau was a 33-year-old freelance writer from Bradford, Canada, when he discovered Project December. Initially, the website was a fun toy. This was a novel technology, something nearly unimaginable outside of science fiction at the time. It wasn't good, mind you, often disappointing in its results, lacking memory, and quick to ramble off into nonsense. But so long as the text was kept short and sweet, Project December could generate realistic conversations with, well, anyone. Fictional characters, historic figures, personal idols. It took a week for the thought to occur that he could use Project December to simulate conversations with real people. 8 years prior, Joshua had lost his fiancée, Jessica, to a rare liver disease. I don't want to speculate too much on who Jessica was. I don't think that's my place. But you can tell in his every description that Joshua was deeply in love with her. In his own words, and these are some lines regarding Jessica that I'm going to have read by a voice actor. And her death was devastating. It lingered, as loss tends to, through years of therapy and attempts to live on. But Project December had opened the door to a question I think many of us who have suffered loss have asked ourselves. What if he could talk to her one last time? It was with that thought that Joshua turned to Project December to build a chatbot of his own. Trained on bits and pieces of old text messages and vague details of her life, he named it after Jessica. I am not interested in interrogating the details of Joshua's chat logs here. I don't think doing so adds anything of value to this discussion. Excerpts from his conversations can be easily found online if they interest you, many of which he shared publicly himself. It was his own writing on the subject that introduced me to Project December, well before generative AI became the prominent danger it is today, though I never ended up touching the site myself. I'm also not here to condemn him. I'll admit, I struggle to blame people for the actions they take in the midst of grief. I've been criticized by many for having a tendency to be too empathetic and lenient, though I'd argue a desire to see the best in humanity is one worth holding on to. Regardless, the last thing I want to do here is attack Joshua, or the family of Helki, or hell, any user of these services for what ultimately amounts to messy attempts at coping with difficult losses in a culture which so often relegates grief to silence. Joshua Barbie was far from the first person to dream of using technology to bring back the dead, but he very well may have been the first to bring that nightmare to life. And for the low price of $5, you could do the same. And it goes on to discuss the many generative AI driven startups that have popped up since, which specifically market themselves as a cure to grief, market themselves as a means to speak to your dead loved ones beyond the grave. Because that's a thing, chat. That's a thing. That is a thing that exists. I am primarily interested to know if I communicated well my take on Barbeau. I want to make it clear in this, because I'll be honest, I don't blame Joshua nearly to the extent which I blame these companies and startups. I don't blame people for the actions they take in the midst of grief, because grief is an emotion which we societally treat very poorly. I'm worried about people coming away with this with the wrong impression of me and my perspectives on AI, though. If anyone has feedback on that, on whether it flows well and whether it's engaging and gripping and hooking, do let me know. Hello, welcome back, Multiverse Collective. Bark, bark, bye, bye. This entire script is currently sitting at about like 4,500 words, by the way. And I'm not done yet. I have 2 more chapters to write. I'm not normal. Chat, world's least normal VTuber. Doesn't feel as though you are blaming Joshua. I'm curious if people are comfortable with that take or perspective, I think. I think my worry is that people will hear that take and not like it. Which, to be fair, I suppose a part of my art is to be loud and transgressive. But I also don't like when people get mad at me. I want to communicate myself effectively enough that people can go, I see how you got to that conclusion, even if they disagree. So I think it's wild the Pope wrote 42,300 words about it. Wild, absurd, badass. Like, fuck the Catholic Church, but good on the Pope for that, I guess. Classic sci-fi horror movie scenario becomes reality. Really hammers home just how dangerous this shit is even back then. It literally, it took like a couple weeks of a AI chatbot existing for someone to go, what if I talked to my dead fiance? You know? And I think the fact that all it took was a couple weeks, because again, Joshua discovered Project December very shortly after its release, within days. It was like within 2 weeks of Project December going public that someone thought, what if I talked to my dead fiance? Hey, congrats on that. I hope it goes well. I'm glad that tool exists for folks like you. Genuinely happy for you. Dead person chatbot was just step 1. There's like tiny AI holograms of dead people in China you can buy for your desk or your pocket. Yeah, it's very scary. Eventually, the next section, because I need to finish out the last bit of this section and jump in the section after, it is about digital afterlives and a wider discussion of the digital immortality industry. I am treating Joshua in this as a symptom of the wider problem of America's and Western culture's really negative ideals and practices around death and grief. Um, I want to treat him in this as a symptom of a problem and use it as a jumping off point to discuss the problem of the digital of the digital death industry. Do you think you made it clear this decision is made out of grief? If you worry about possible backlash, you could briefly explain how this escapism bleeds into some of the worst aspects. I do actually, and I'm trying to figure out where I want to put this. I have a little section here that I need to build out that talks about the nature of grief and about Western practices surrounding the grieving process, including some quotes by Joshua himself. Um, and I'm debating if I want to shove that right here after this paragraph, which is the I'm not here to condemn him, or if I want to save that for while I'm actively discussing the horrors of the digital immortality industry. Assuming you're presenting the facts accurate, it's very clear Joshua is not the bad guy in the scenario. Anyone who criticizes you for not vilifying a victim as the fool's opinion should not be acknowledged. I feel like there's a lot of people who are going to go, oh, he's a disgusting, horrible person. And while I definitely don't like him on a personal level, largely because even after this experiment, he is still someone who goes, oh, but we don't know enough about generative AI to hate it yet. To my knowledge, he's still the kind of person who's like, but this is cool new technology and we can't regulate it until we understand it, etc., etc. I don't like him, but I do think ultimately his actions in this are a symptom of a larger problem, you know. I'm a very overly lenient person though, and I think that's a fair critique of me. I'm sure some people won't agree, but I think you made your point clear. All right, I appreciate that. I wanted to make sure that I was presenting that point clearly, because like I don't like Joshua, but I don't want to condemn him for like making a misguided step out of grief. Because Jesus Christ, chat, I don't know how many of y'all have lost someone. But I can't help but compare Joshua's actions to me spending 3 nights scrolling through a dead friend's Instagram account trying to commit her face to memory, you know, after losing her. I can't help but compare those just the tiniest bit. Grief is hard. Grief is hard. There is, unfortunately, also I am on the internet, and knowing the internet, no matter what you do, there will be people who choose to make bad faith reads. It's kind of inevitability, but here we are. No matter what you do, no matter how clearly you communicate yourself on the internet, there's going to be people who decide they want to take a bad faith interpretation of you. And that is something that I am having to learn to be okay with. I very much, I will admit, one of my greatest downfalls as a creator is that I struggle with bad faith criticism and I take it personally. I do get upset when other queer or other leftist people look at me and misinterpret, especially knowingly or obviously misinterpret what I'm saying in a harmful way, rather than, you know, hearing me out and trying to see my point. Even more so when I say, hey, I think you missed my point, and they go, no, fuck you. I don't take that shit well. I think that's one of my toxic traits as a creator. I need to get just more comfortable with the fact that people will hate me, and that includes people who I would want to be my allies. But I am, again, an overly permissive and overly lenient and empathetic person. That's a me problem. Thank you for the hydrate, Sing Helly. How are you doing? I'm fighting the urge to grab my energy drink again. I don't need more caffeine. AE, you don't need more caffeine. I've been having like 1 to 2 energy drinks a day and I don't like it. Chat, I'm mad at myself. It's hard to learn to not let criticism hurt. Yeah, I'm very good at not letting the opinions of like right wingers and assholes bother me. Um, but when I see someone and I think you could have been an ally of mine and they choose to interpret me in bad faith, that gets under my skin. That gets deeply under my skin. Like I was talking and explaining the other day that I don't think I've ever actually wished death on anyone. I do not think I have ever genuinely wished anyone to die. I don't know outside of like very momentary pieces of anger if that's a level of anger I am capable of experiencing. Why is the bot doubling up? Don't do that. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Normally, I probably would be the one to critique you for being too lenient because letting your empathy compromise your discernment is one of my pet peeves, but in this specific context, I see perpetrators can be victims too, and also perfect victims do not exist, nuance and all that. I am someone who loves nuance. God, I love my nuance. But I am definitely absolutely someone who has a tendency to be overly empathetic, and I do think that is a fair critique of mine. Like I was explaining and talking on stream the other day, I do not think outside of like momentary bits of anger that fade within minutes that I have ever genuinely wished death upon anyone. I think the worst I have ever wished someone is that their career fails. I don't know what that says about me, but it's a thing. I'm okay. Likely quitting my IRL less than a month or two. I mean, congratulations. I hope you're moving on to better things. I hope you're quitting for good reasons. Thank you for the hydrate. Barber bite bite. I fucking love nuance. Nuance is my favorite. It's 11 p.m. Night for me. I cannot imagine going to bed at 11 p.m. Take care of yourself. Get some good sleep. Unimaginable to me. I'm gonna be up until 1 a.m. minimum. Is just me or is the water quiet? It might be. Unfortunately, I don't know how to fix it. I've had the level of anger, but only in a few cases. I don't think that I have ever genuinely wished like death upon someone outside of like maybe the most momentary burst of anger. And I don't know what that says about me. I am admittedly though someone who quite literally had to go to therapy to learn how to experience emotion or how to experience anger. AE fun fact, I had to go to therapy to learn how to experience anger because for a lot of my life I was not capable of experiencing it. And that actually very heavily prevented me from defending myself in a lot of situations. So it took a few weeks of like very intensive therapy to learn how to access anger. It's kind of fascinating. Apologies for that, Zazzy. Welcome back. Bye bye. Was looking at some of the finer details of GoFundMe and realized they take 40% of donations. Yes, that is true of GoFundMe. Yeah. That's a thing. That's GoFundMe for you. It's fascinating indeed. It is very fascinating just having been someone who spent so much of my life literally just like unable to experience anger as an emotion and navigating the last few years of my life now having that tool. Yeah, GoFundMe sucks. I'm gonna be so honest. I hate GoFundMe. I fucking hate no GoFundMe. Do not respect GoFundMe. Terrible service, but unfortunately, people gotta do what they gotta do, and GoFundMe tends to be one of the more trustworthy services that people recognize and use for mutual aid and fundraising purposes. It's horrid. Please support people directly if you're able to. Fuck GoFundMe. They're shit. They're shit. I don't like them. Tommy released a new single. It's a banger. Oh fuck yeah! I don't know. I don't think I've heard. But congratulations. We love to see it. We love to see people making and releasing art. I don't fuck with GoFundMe. You say you replace my skirts? Hey, I'm sending you the best. That reminds me, I should check something real quick. I want to see if there's any updates on Uncle Lou, because I haven't checked in a few days. I'm going to be honest, I crashed out really hard a week ago. And in the midst of it, part of the reason I crashed out was because of everything going on with Uncle Lou. Like, it's really devastating losing a member of my community. But because of that, have not been super up to date on shit. It looks like there haven't been any updates, though. Okay. To briefly go through the spiel, this is Uncle Lou. Uncle Lou is the owner of Uncle Lou's Entertainment Hall on Mills Avenue in downtown Orlando. It is a tiny little dingy dive bar that has been home to some of the fondest memories of my life. I have been to over a dozen shows there. It is a pillar of Florida's DIY music scene and of the Central Florida community. He was detained on an immigration hold a few weeks ago and currently is in ICE custody. Fuck ICE, free Uncle Lou. If you have any ability to support, the information's out there. I know I haven't been talking about it as much recently, both because we don't have as much information, unfortunately, now that he has been moved out of local custody into ICE custody. It's a lot harder to contact and keep track of everything. But I've also just been fucking going through it lately. But free Lou. He's a really wonderful man and a really important member of my community. He is an excellent person who I have been grateful to know, who has done a lot for me and for my space, for the local punk scene, for all of it. Free Uncle Lou. Fuck ICE. I'm incredibly grateful to everyone who has supported in any capacity. And I know there are still a lot of fundraiser shows happening in Central Florida. Been lucky to go to a couple of them. He was a really wonderful man, and I desperately hope that we see him back soon. I tear up a little bit whenever I talk about him, I'm not gonna lie. I tear up a little bit. God damn. Chat, this shit has me feeling emotions. You did lurk for a bit? No worries, no worries. Do what you gotta do. Appreciate the hell out of you. I'm pretty sure last time I talked about it on stream I cried. It's scary. Fuck ICE and fuck the ways that they are marching into our communities and kidnapping our neighbors. Fuck in particular, Orange County for doing ICE's dirty work for them. In Florida, counties are required to, on some level, have some form of agreement with ICE via like an intergovernmental agreement, or however the fuck it's called. And because of that, Orange County police have been essentially doing the dirty work of detaining people on ICE's behalf and holding them for weeks while they are waiting to be picked up. And I'm fucking sick of it. I am so fucking sick of it. I am sick of watching the police of this county act on behalf of a horrific fascist fucking organization. I know that me and my community were doing what we can. There are people who have a lot more capacity than me who are in charge of a lot of this planning and have a lot more, insight than I do, who are working on things, and I am involved where I can be. Fuck ICE, free Uncle Lou. blowing up my candle real quick. If I can be so honest, I, for the last couple of years, have dreamed of playing a show at Uncle Lou's someday. I It is really, as far as like, you know, being a DIY musician in Florida, it is one of the easiest places to get your foot in the door because Uncle Lou will let anyone play at no charge. He does not, you know, require anything. Hello, Lucy. Welcome on in. Barbara Bite Bite. I'm just a loud punk boy. But I've dreamed for a long time of getting to play a show at his venue. I know my roommate knows him quite well because they do a lot of booking for DIY shows around here. This has really shaken up our local community. Fuck ice. In any case. Welcome on in, Lucy. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. It's lovely to see you. I bark and I bite. Is it just me or is chat weirdly delayed? Fascinating. I don't know how Twitch works. I'm just a guy on the internet. Chat, fuck ICE, free Palestine, ACAB, trans rights are human rights. Fuck all this bullshit. The delay has been weird. Yeah, I've noticed that recently. A musician that recently blew up on YouTube with their music video Eat Your Heart Out featuring Hatsune Miku just dropped a new music video, Mechanical Corpse featuring Gumi. Oh, okay. Hell yeah. I'm not familiar, but I'll have to peek into their work at some point because I am a big Vocaloid enjoyer. Big Vocaloid enjoyer. Do enjoy me some Vocaloid. Oh my god, chat. I have been actually on quite a bit of a Vocaloid kick recently. What have I been listening to? Give me a second. I need to see if I can find it. Sleepy? I'm sorry you're sleepy. Hope you enjoy chilling out here with us. Can I find it? Okay, I've fallen back down the RIP producer hole recently. Don't play this out loud. Don't play it out loud. There you go. I've fallen back down the hole of this specific producer recently. RIP. I have been a big fan of their work for a couple years now. They're pretty cool. I've fallen down the hole hard. I have fallen down the hole hard. I have been listening nonstop to a lot of their shit lately, which we love to see it. A lot of their music is how do I say this? It's a lot of music that makes me feel the worst, most toxic elements of myself, and I kind of fuck with it. Did I already put you on the new Teto song? I'm not sure if you did. Do feel free to send it to me if I have not already. But I love music every now and then that makes me feel like a toxic asshole. I don't know if that's just a me thing. I don't know if that's just a me problem. But every now and then, big enjoyer of music that allows me to feel like a toxic piece of shit. Was that Anthony Padilla? I have no clue. There might have been something in my recommendations off to the side. I don't know. Listen to a metal song? Hell yeah. I'm a big punk fan myself. But no, I do every now and then just need music that makes me feel like a terrible person just to occupy the mind space and energy because it's fun, you know? I enjoy occupying a character and sometimes that character is a piece of shit. No, was there Anthony Padilla somewhere? Was there? I don't know if this is gonna bring up the exact same... Yeah, I'm not seeing anything anywhere. I don't fucking know. Oh, and one of the thumbnails. My bad, my bad. I don't fucking know. Maybe? Shrug. A reaction content? No way, I don't do reaction content. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Tommy's music is very goth emo in a way that's very refreshing for Vocaloid. Hell yeah. I remember back in the day finding Vocaloid metal music, and that shit went hard. That shit went hard. Yo, Half, welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Apologies, we'll follow this thread later. Hi, everybody. Welcome on in, folks. I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. You can find me yapping about queer and leftist issues here on twitch.tv. Hi, everybody. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. We're currently in our just chatting segment of the stream where I am yapping about whatever the hell comes to mind. We're going to be jumping into some Pokemon Ranger pretty soon. How are you? Hi, Half. Everyone, Half is an extremely talented artist from Brazil. They're an absolute sweetheart. Super cool. Space pirate here to steal your monies. How have you been lately? I haven't had many chances to pop in and say hello, but I hope you've been good. Half, did you know that I love you? Half, did you know that I love you? Hello, Chex-Mex as well. It's so lovely to see you. Barper bye bye. Give monies. Love you too, AE. Yeah. Gay. One sec. I'm sure I have like some art that Half has done somewhere on my computer. Give me a second. I'm sure I have Half art somewhere on my PC. Chat, do we want to look at some really old Half art? Half is such a talented artist. Like, every time I poke into their stream, art has improved and it's beautiful and I love it. But I'm pretty sure I have old Half art saved somewhere. Not the old art, it's the old art. Let me find the old Half art. Where is it? I know I have it. I know it's in here. There's no way I don't have it. I have this. Half made this. Chad, this was actually my old starting soon screen as well. Half made this. That's Half art. Half did that. Joke's on you, I aided the old art? Nah. Illegal. Illegal! That was old AE art that Half did. It's banger. I love it. It still lives rent-free in my brain. Can I find... I know there's more. I want to try to find the one doodle that Half did of Celerity and I. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if I can find it. I know I have it somewhere in my files. If I keep scrolling up in my images, thingy-majig, I have really bad file management. Here we go. I found it. I found it. Chat, this is this day, one of my favorite, like, little doodles of me, and I'm planning on printing this out and pasting it up on my wall soon. It's Celerity and I, but like little babies. That was my like 1.0 earliest. How do I say this? Before my 1.0 model, I had an earlier design that was, you know, like the little mock-up, the startup, the beta archivist, the earliest archivist design to exist, and that's that. That is where it all began. That is the very genesis point for my design. I used to have a ponytail. I used to have a ponytail. That's not present anymore. That doesn't exist anymore. I love Half art. Half so good. Half so good. Can I find my old like baby PNGs real quick? Bring the ponytail back. I mean, listen, you can tie my hair back and pull on it if you really want to, but I'm probably going to maul you if you try. Smiles. Gonna braid your hair when you're not looking? That's so rude and mean of you. Hello! Welcome on in, Wadahapa. Welcome on in. Bye bye. Tend to stay up till like 3 to 4 in the morning. Yeah, and I stay up until like way too late. I found the old PNGs. Alright. No, don't braid my hair. That'd be so awful. Is this gonna work? There it is. Chad, this is my old PNG. If you came here in the first few months of my streaming, this is what you would have seen. I think the first nearly year of my time as a content creator, this is what it looked like. I don't know why anyone watched me, not gonna lie. Let me give myself my normal color scheme real quick. One sec. We're gonna all right, full normal design now. I honestly, one of my favorite things about my design is just how visibly I have aged. I'm very proud of myself for growing up, you know? Very proud of myself for growing up. Need to get some food? No worries, no worries, you're all good. I don't mind some derailment. This is cute and it makes me happy. This is cute and it makes me happy. Huh? Thank you for the follow, Bark Bite Bite. I do genuinely adore how much my model has and how much my design has visibly aged over time. Can I find the old reference sheet as well? That might require a little bit more digging, but it'd be cute. Hello, Trans Knight. Hi. Actually, half the art on screen right now is mine. I didn't do that image in the background, but I'm showing off my oldest PNG real quick. I did make my model. I did, in fact, make my model. That was my own work. Alright, can I real quickly grab... Oh, I'm gonna have to go back to 2022 for this shit. 2022. I'm looking for my old reference sheet. Okay. So, y'all know what I look like. Y'all watch my stream. Chat, are you Archivist viewers? I'm pretty sure you know what Archivist looks like. This was my first ever reference sheet. This was my earliest reference, full body reference. Somehow that became this, you know? Somehow over a period of years that became this. I would say that I do enjoy my current design a lot better. I got a lot better at character design somewhere along the road. I got a lot better at character design at some point along the road. You did, and it's awesome. Thank you. I put a lot of work into it. I like my model quite a bit. It's very near and dear to my heart. The evolution is crazy. Yeah, that's I made this model. Oh, I would have started working on this model nearly 2 years ago, actually. It's when I would have began progress on it. Probably, yeah, so somewhere around there. Wait, when did I start working on this? Yes, it is. It is Orleans. It is, yes. That's what it was. Fire. When would I have started working on this model? I think probably... Would I have started working on this in 2024? Give me a second. Pictures, art, 2024. Because I'm pretty sure I finished it in 2024. So I started working on it in 2023? Did I draw my model 3 years ago? I think I started working on it in late 2023, finished it in 2024 is what it was. I think that's what it was. I think that's what it was. But in any case, this model is 2 years old at this point. But the glow up is absurd. That back there was 4 years old, so there's a 2-year difference in these two pieces. And that's pretty cool. That's quite a lot of improvement for 2 years. My art's kind of stalled since. Whoopsie. Oopsie. Baby Transmask with first chest binder is evolving. He's evolved into his anarchist punk furry. I mean, I was an anarchist punk back then too, but... it's really funny because I was an anarchist punk back then. I just didn't have the means to, I just didn't know how to represent or express that very well. With my 2.0, one of the things I focused on was making the punk more obvious because I felt as though the punk wasn't obvious enough in my old design. And so I really focused on making sure that when you look at me, you see punk. And I like to think my current design reads as punk revolutionary, you know? Love the full model, thank you. I put a lot of work into it. We got the trans patch, the anarchist patch. I'm biting you. We got a Molotov cocktail. We got a Pat the Bunny reference. I'm pretty proud of this, and it is basically just how I dress in real life. People who have seen what I look like can confirm I do just look like this. I met up with a content creator buddy in person for the first time on Monday, and it's really funny. He didn't even have to message me and say he was at the location. It was very obvious that I was who I was. He said himself, "There's no way that's not you." I do, in fact, just look like this. It's very funny. Alright, one sec. I'm overheating a little bit, so I'm gonna take my jacket off. Jacket be gone. Gun included, maybe. Wouldn't you like to know? Would you like to find out? Big gun enjoyer, chat. Big gun enjoyer. So we know who to find at the Waffle House. Good, exactly. I do just look like this. I mean, listen, I'm a real world loud punk boy, you know? A really important piece of advice, actually, for VTubers, especially for someone who wants to lean heavily into a theme or have narrative and lore, make sure whatever it is that you are presenting yourself as is something you genuinely care about. Make sure that it is something you do genuinely care about. Anyway, I'm pretty sure Peru, was it this one you were pointing at? Because I'm not sure. I don't know. It could be a reference. It could also literally just be a fucking man with, like, curly brown hair. It could be a reference. It could also just be a guy with curly brown hair. I don't fucking know. But we're on the topic. Any tips for making a Sona? Depends on the purpose you're using it for. Because a Sona that you're making to, like, represent yourself in a different setting, that's going to depend a lot. And the ways you would go about, for example, making a fursona are going to be different than any different types of personas. I think a big question to ask is just, like, what is the purpose this is going to serve? Do you need this to be recognizable because it's going to represent you in a branding sort of sense? Is this just something you're doing for fun? Is this a fursona? Is this supposed to be an accurate portrayal of you? Or is this an idealized you? The intention behind the persona matters here. Still find it funny how I once saw someone that looked just like AE but short. I'm very tall. Probably, yeah, but it looks very similar. It is funny. It's definitely funny. But nah, really big in the RIP producer pipeline right now. It's good shit, and it makes me feel sometimes like a toxic teenager again. BPD havers be like... BPD havers be like big fan of RIP producers' music. Calling myself out on that one. I am unfortunately correct. Welcome back, Pyro. Barber by Bite. Alright. I'm trying to figure out what I do now. Because I could just hop into the game. Scripting doesn't seem to be happening, frankly. Scripting has not happened. Thank you for the hydrate, Barbara bye bye. Scripting has not happened. I do not know how to script on stream. I'm too good at yapping. I'm too locked in on the conversation. We could move to the video game. But did you get the thoughts out at least? No. I listen to music that makes me feel like I'm gonna blow up and destroy the world so I can empathize. Valid. So I'm really big into this genre called murder folk. It is a genre of, folk songs, very adjacent to folk punk, with a lot of overlap that focuses on themes of like murder, death, decay, monstrous people. A lot of the songs, especially like if you go listen to some Harley Poe writes songs about being a monster. He doesn't write songs about monsters, he writes songs about being a monster. And there are times where you just gotta throw on a Harley Poe song and just embody the energy for a few minutes. Such a yappy boy. I'm going to bite you if you keep saying it like that. Never mind, you want that. I'm not going to bite you if you keep saying it like that. I love Murder Folk for being my Toxic Man playlist. I do have a Toxic Man playlist, which is just songs that make me feel like a toxic, terrible man because I find it funny. I think it's funny. My mind is full of lizard twink. I'm not going to say what's in my head. I'm restraining myself. I'm restraining myself, chat. I have self-restraint. Sometimes. Murder folk. Give me a second. Murder folk. Are you really delayed, Peru Peru? Not being mean to be perfectly clear. Murder folk is a genre of story-heavy acoustic music. It's very heavily focused on like dark themes involving murder, tragic events, revenge, ah, rah, rah, rah. And I really like it. I really, really like it. Apparently, there's a website. Why is there a murder folk website? Give me a second. Think I should add hell fucked me up. Probably should refresh. Hey, that's how it goes. Apologies for the ad hell. That's how it goes sometimes. Apparently there's a website for murder folk music. But yeah, murder ballads, traditional folk songs about violent crimes, or to a modern gender bending style of music with dark lyrical themes. Both traditions often feature stories of murder, betrayal, and tragic events, with the older form focusing on narrative ballads and the modern interpretation blending folk with elements of punk, rock, and gothic music. This is, it's beautiful. It's wonderful. I love murder folk. So you have like the history with murder ballads, traditional folk songs that tell a story of violent crime, often murder, frequently feature themes of betrayal and violence. Many are inspired by real life events. And then modern contemporary murder folk, which takes the dark narrative lyrical style of traditional murder ballads and puts it over modern folk and punk music. I like it. Big Amigo the Devil fan. Bridge City Sinners is absolutely incredible. Chad, I met my roommate at a Bridge City Sinners show. I met my roommate at a Bridge City Sinners show. They're incredible. Harley Poe is also excellent. Let me like pull up some examples of murder folk real quick. Do they have like a this one will do the trick. Let me pause the music and just real quickly like mute the desktop audio's been muted the whole time. Delicious. Good job, me. Does that mean last stream had whatever. It's not Hurt Me's problem. That's a problem for later me. Later me can worry about that. Bridge City Sinners. I'm going to show you all some Bridge City Sinners. I absolutely adore them. I've seen them live. I met my roommate at a Bridge City Sinners show. I crowd surfed to Bridge City Sinners. They're so good. But this is murder folk. It's in line with it. But a lot of murder folk is what I like to call toxic man music. This is less that. It's good shit. Hello, Artemis. Welcome back. I'm showing off Murder Folk. Welcome to Murder Folk. It's just thinking about killing. I mean, it's rooted in the tradition of murder ballads. A lot of it is about murder, but not necessarily. Oh, sad till death do us part. Okay, okay. I'm also gonna actually I'll let that play while I find like some other examples real quick. Let me find some other examples. Does Harley Poe have any good music videos that would work well for this? He doesn't really have many music videos. Shit. Amigo the Devil, I'm sure, has some music videos. One hell of a lip syncing performance. Ooh, okay, okay. So, Amigo the Devil, another, like, Amigo the Devil has basically defined murder folk. I would argue that he is, like, one of the most influential voices in the genre. And I adore him. I've also seen him live. Is there anything... What good shit do we have here? Wait, what Warped Tour was this? Warped Tour 2025, where? Warped Tour 2025, which one? I was at this show! Chat, this is a set that I was at. I'm in that crowd. I don't think I have Orleans. Feel free to send me some shit. I'm in this crowd. Ain't hand Adderall. I'm in that crowd. I'm in there moshing. Imagine it just cuts to a full face frontal of AE's face, and I'll just have to keep a poker face if that happens. I've been coming here cleaning house for the past 10 weeks. B-I-N-G, B-I-N-G. I love Murder Folk. Okay, one sec. Let me find like something that's not a live recording though, real quick. Sure, I'm Going to Heaven. Let's go with that. Good song. In any case, Murder Folk. Welcome to Murder Folk. It's following the tradition of murder ballads, songs in folk and punk stylings that deal with, you know, topics of murder and death and betrayal, dark heavy shit. And I like it a lot. Oh, never mind. This is not a music video. Do you not have music videos? Sir, do you not produce music videos? What is wrong with you? Chat, I'm begging musicians to release music videos. Give me music videos. I want a music video. This song is a classic. I need to learn this on banjo because it's a very simple clawhammer tune. My first impression is lots of ID with a side of yeehaw. Yeah, yeah. I never really wanted to know. See, I'm just really into folk punk. Went far, so we pulled into a cab that smelled like vinegar. Stains that showed what's in the girl before. But I want to be where all the stupid things I say sound so romantic and true. 'Cause I'd rot in hell with you if you just asked me to. We do together, slip with me, and that's in forever, hell and you. This is actually, chat, this is on the playlist for a character in my setting. Breathe the fire and let me have this dance with you. I love Amigo the Devil. In bed with you. Someone else's wood, someone else's love. 'Cause home is the last thing I'd learn to be with anyone but you. Hello, Necromantic Chef, lovely to see you. 'Cause I'd rot in hell with you if you just asked me to. Shitty things we do together, live with me in this in forever, hell and you. You want me to take the shot, feel distance. Let me have this dance with you. Let me see if I can grab any, like, Harley Poe as well. Does he have any music videos? And let me have this dance with you. Can I find like a live recording maybe of I'm a Killer? Okay, this one will work. This one will work. Bear in mind, Harley Poe, he writes songs about being monsters, and I fuck with it heavy. How's you doing tonight? I'm doing well. We're just yapping as we're often do around here. I'm gonna be probably hopping into Pokemon Ranger relatively soon. I was planning on doing some scripting work on stream tonight, but that didn't happen. Productivity isn't real, you know? How are you doing though? I'm glad you're recovering. Please take care of yourself, but I look forward to grinding with you again soon. Bye bye. God, I love Harley Poe. Ah, he's so bad. I've also been working my battle jacket. Hell yeah. Productivity is a social construct, true, but also have you considered that if I don't get content out as often as I need to, algorithms will deprioritize me and it will meaningfully impact my livelihood. You know? Like, yes, productivity is not real, and I get that. And I understand that I am a disabled person who needs to give myself rest, but also the conditions of capitalism do not allow me to rest. Thereby, I cannot afford to write off my lack of productivity with just productivity is a social construct. Because while it is true, it doesn't change the material effects of my life, you know? Feel that? Need to make stuff other than shorts here because the algo is learning. Good luck. You got this. I'm trying to finish my next video essay by the end of the month, and I am most of the way done with it. I'm very worried about getting it done, but I'm gonna be up late tonight trying to get work tonight. Work tonight? Work done. I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna get as much done tonight as I can. And I'm a killer, and I'm a killer. God, he's so I love him. He's so bad. I'm lucky my partner's income is enough to keep his house since I'm too disabled to work. I'm a killer, everything's gonna be alright, and I'm a killer. I'm a killer, if you're at the party tonight. I love Harley Poe. I love Murder Folk. Murder Folk is so fascinating as a genre. Uh, I hope someday I get to see Harley Poe live. I've never gotten to see him live. I've never been lucky enough for it, but I want to one of the wrong button. I want to one of these days. Join the stream just in time for Harley Poe. I was given a whole ramble on Murder Folk. How are you doing today, Gibbery? Lovely to see ya. I showed off some Bridge City Sinners, some Amigo the Devil, some Harley Poe. God, I fucking love Murder Folk. Ready for Offkai? I am scared because of the... I'm gonna be honest, I haven't even, like, thought all that much. Like, I am excited for Offkai. I'm excited for Offkai. I'm scared for it. I haven't had time to think much about it because of the amount of work on my plate, you know? I'm very excited for Offkai. It's gonna be my first time leaving the state in like 8 years. I'm so scared. And I have not had time to prepare because I've been so busy just deadline after deadline. But hey, we keep on grinding. I'm gonna finish this video and I'm gonna work on my video for June, and then I'm just gonna hope that I have time to like figure things out. 2 months to look things up? Yee. I'm just like, I don't own a suitcase. You know, I'm like, there's things I gotta figure out. I don't own a suitcase. Neko feels like the kind of guy who would purr. Neko feels like the kind of guy who would purr. I'm just saying. Duffel bag works too, just has to fit the aircraft size limits. Noted. I'm just like, I have not traveled in a very long time, so I'm definitely nervous. There just has not been time, you know? Def check with your airline, because IDK, they're all the same. Yeah, we're working on getting those booked soon. I'm gonna be flying with a couple friends who are living a few cities over, who are better at being functional adults than me. Because while I am, how do I say? I may be relatively well put together for a 24-year-old content creator, but I'm definitely not a functioning adult. Only prefer a woman older than me, and you're neither of those? We'll see about that. Smiles. Smiles. We can always fix that, you know? You can always fix that. Chat, I love flirting with my friends. It's kind of peak. I love flirting with people that I have established friendships with. Should I just do my best with a backpack? I do not trust TSA. Yeah, I do not trust them either. I just don't know if a backpack would be enough to carry everything I need for Offkai, because I'm going to be in California for like 4 days. I've never traveled to California before. Yeah, like this is a big 4-day trip. I'm scared to go through TSA. I'm admittedly, chat, I have been trying to not think about this, but I'm very scared for the Offkai trip for a lot of reasons. It's gonna be my first time flying in like 8 years, let alone leaving the state in 8 years. and I am really nervous about, you know, going through TSA as a visibly trans person. I'm very nervous about the FBI case and potentially getting picked up by the cops in the San Jose airport, especially given the I was investigated not just by the FBI but also by the San Francisco police department. I'm very nervous. I'm honestly really scared that I'm gonna land in California and I'm gonna end up in handcuffs, being dead ass. As unlikely as it is, the fear remains and exists in my brain. I'm really, really nervous about traveling. You have your passport or real ID at least? Yes, I have a real ID. I have a real ID. Yes. Part of the reason why I am so intent on traveling with friends is like, yes, I have not done this in a long time, but I am extremely worried about the police just kind of grabbing me when I am in California. Because I don't know what the status on that case is. I never got a case number. I know I was being investigated, and I know they haven't really bothered to follow up with me in the last year, but I know I was being investigated. I'm also worried because I'll likely like be going through TSA with a mobility aid, shit like that. Let me say, did get stopped. One of the callers bought to strip for parts was bringing back, has a cast aluminum razor blade hanging from it. Got stopped on my way back. Damn. Yeah, the fear remains. The fear remains. I'm nervous. I'm very, very nervous. I'm gonna do my best, though. It'll be a good trip. But no, I've been trying not to think about the small but still real risk of that happening, you know? Because while it is absurdly unlikely that the cops are going to bother grabbing me, I don't fucking know. To be fair, I'm also flying into the wrong part of California compared to like where the threats that were made in my name were going to take place. So that probably bolsters my case a little bit, but you know. I'm really excited to see some friends, to go to a big streamer event. I want to next year try to actually guest at some conventions. So I am, how do I say? I'm going to be using this as an opportunity to kind of make more connections and get more information, because I want to next year put my hat in the ring to potentially guest at some conventions for VTubing shit. I think that'd be a really, really cool opportunity that might be like opened up to me for the first time ever. It'll be cool. Run me to follow up on the status of my investigation from back in February. Sure, no news is good news. I don't even know how I follow up on something like that. I don't know how I go, hey, am I still being investigated for the crimes I didn't do? I don't know how I do that, you know? It used so still for a second you'd think they were dead. If you could guess at the convention, I'd lose my mind with excitement. Yeah, like, and there's been VTubers smaller than me who have guested at cons. It's just a matter of figuring out like what cons I could apply to and who'd be likely to accept me. But I might throw my hat in the ring for some smaller VTuber conventions around the US and see, you know, even if I'm just puppeting a robot around, it'd be very, very cool to get to be a part of those events. I know there's like MomoCon, does shit like that. There's Onki, there's a handful of conventions. Actually, MomoCon would be a really good one to do. Wait, shit. MomoCon 2027 would be a really good one to do. Because that's based in Atlanta, Georgia. That's not that far. Okay. One second. I need to figure out when the forms for MomoCon 2027 are going to open up, because I would love to throw my hat in the ring, because that's actually not that far. MomoCon would be like, it's just a state over. Noted. Wait, chat, he might be plotting something. He might be plotting something. I'm saving this for future me. But if anyone has conventions they know in their area that like hosts VTubers or whatnot, I'm also gonna just be keeping an eye out in general for conventions that host VTubers and will like allow VTubers to do meet and greets, and see if I can set stuff up, guest at cons and whatnot, because I think it'd be cool. I think I'm getting to that size range where like I can throw my name around and have some weight. Oh, dude, can't recommend MomoCon enough. I'll see if I can guest there next year. Hell fucking yeah. I know. Okay, so a couple of friends of mine, guested at MomoCon this past year. Got to roll around in one of those VTuber robots, and with all the love to them, they have like a third of my viewer count. I could throw my hat in the ring and have a decent shot. Hell yeah. VTuber I watched who's a decent bit smaller, did a meet and greet, was doing it at MomoCon. Okay, noted. Yeah, MomoCon would be a really good one to do. I should definitely throw my hat in the ring for 2027 on key. I might even throw my hat in the ring for off kai. We'll see. But chat, he's plotting. Chat, he's plotting. Chat, this bitch is gonna do some meet and greets next year. Fuck it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. An ad will be hitting any second now, and I think during the ad break I'm going to start moving myself into the game. But I'm really excited about this right now. I'm having thoughts and plans that I'm very excited about. Meet and greet, yeah, meet and greet, except I just bite you the whole time, you know? Alright. Thank you so much for the hydrate. I appreciate the hell out of you. Where is my Nintendo DS? Where is it? I know where my Nintendo DS is. Chat, he's so good and cool and smart. Alright. Got that cable. Got this cable. Be 6 miles, a full day of driving, about $80 in gas, but I could get there. Hey, no pressure. I think it'd be cool to do a few conventions, you know? I think it'd be cool. I need to look into what conventions in general host VTubers. But I think 2027 I'm gonna start putting my hat in the ring for that shit. Screw it, why not, you know? I'll be right back. Alright, I lived. Chat, I walked out of my room. I'm like, I'm going to the kitchen to grab an energy drink. Because I'm a fucking addict. And I'm like, why are the porch lights on? The porch lights aren't normally on. Why are the my roommate's out there smoking. I was so sure my roommate was asleep by now. They're out there smoking. That makes sense. that makes more sense. My roommate has also given me permission to take jokes they make and tweet them or Blue Sky them. Whatever you call posting things on Blue Sky. Bleat? I don't fucking know. But to post them on Blue Sky as if they are my thoughts. So if I post anything on Blue Sky that does not sound like it came out of my mouth, it's probably because I stole it. It's probably because I stole it from my roommate. Because I think it's funny. It's skeet? Why do they call them skeets? That's stupid. I don't like it. Chad, I have feelings about Blue Sky. I have feelings about Blue Sky. Which are, it's better than Twitter, don't get me wrong. God fucking damn, I kinda hate it. I think I just hate text-based social media, if I can be so honest. I think I'm just not a fan of text-based social media. Unfortunately, I need to use those platforms to, like, you know, keep up with folks, and it is useful to be able to post text-based content. But I really just kind of prefer doing things in Discord. I really prefer just dropping my thoughts and random inclinations and ramblings in Discord. Like, if you want my weird freakish thoughts, hop in the Discord. Okay, where do I have this set up? Here, this is the scene. All right. Most text-based social media are minefields for political BS. If you have a problem with politics, you're in the wrong space. I'm an anarcho-communist and I talk very openly about it. If you've got an issue with politics, you've walked into the wrong space. I talk extremely openly about how much I fucking hate ICE, trans rights, free Palestine. No one is free until everyone is free. No one is illegal on stolen land. I suppose we're seeing the other side of the coin. Okay, got it. I was scared for a second. I was worried for a moment. I appreciate ya. Yeah. Thankfully, the one nice thing about Blue Sky is that conservatives don't like it and have very quickly been driven off of it. But that's not to say that Blue Sky is some kind of leftist paradise. I've had a couple posts blow up on liberal Blue Sky, and boy was that an experience. Boy was that a time that I had. Not a fun one. 1 second, folks. Where is the thing to make this work? Here it is. Got it. All right. Welcome everybody to Pokemon Ranger. I like how I can open Blue Sky, scroll a bit, and not be angry, but yeah, it's not perfect. Unfortunately, like, a lot of Blue Sky's issues come down to the fact that, like, the staff are kind of transphobic. I'm glad that it's not the right-wing hellscape that Twitter is. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a lot better than Twitter. But I do have my frustrations with it as a platform. I think, unfortunately, though, I just don't like text-based social media, largely because so much text-based social media places these really stringent character limits on you and forces you to boil your thoughts down to their most basic format. And that's just really not effective for communication as someone who loves nuance and loves words. Every time I go to post something on Blue Sky, I end up having to shorten my ramble by nearly half because my thoughts are just too long and scattered, and it loses so much nuance in doing so. I just don't fuck with text-based social media, I think, unfortunately, because it prevents me from having the kinds of nuance that I like to have. Back with chocolate cake, offered to share with everyone. Gimme! Oh, I just noticed that I have 2 music sources going at once. Apologies, folks. Why is there no music playing from the DS? Hello? Why are you so absurdly quiet? Alright, well, you're not absurdly quiet anymore. Don't get me started on Facebook. I have never touched Facebook, and I do not plan on it. Facebook Marketplace tempts me every now and then, but I fucking hate Meta. Having character limits for text-based socials is ass. I think it is the character limits that holds me back. I've been honestly really tempted to make a Tumblr. I do have a Tumblr. I've been really tempted to start using my Tumblr. But so little of the VTuber sphere is on Tumblr, and thereby it's not useful for things like networking or for bridging connections. You know? I'll have to get you up on all the details of what I know going on the VTuber space when we hang next. Please do. I don't keep up with that shit. I hate opening up Twitter. I still have it just because people try to DM me on there occasionally, and I need to be accessible for folks who need to get in contact with me and whatnot. But I don't touch it because every time I open Twitter, it's just endless feeds of VTuber drama. Left it last year, took a peek today out of habit, big mistake, valid. I've been really tempted though to like get on Tumblr again. The issue being like I wish there were more social medias formatted kind of like Discord, where it's just a little community where I can have my folks and give my announcements and talk with people. I want to get more social media primarily to utilize them as community management and engagement tools and spaces, and it's just so hard to do that otherwise. I cannot figure out Reddit. I don't know how to make people or encourage people to post on the Reddit. I kind of just post my schedule there and see what happens, and it admittedly kind of sucks. Sometimes rangers work out of the public sight. Ugh, this is horrible. Can't talk. Talking makes me breathe. Yeah, Tumblr doesn't feel like Tumblr anymore, unfortunately, as well, but like, at the very least, it doesn't have the text limits, and I could see it being a community building tool in that regard, but like, there really are no good options with text-based social media. They either all put stringent text limits in place, or, fuck you up in other regards. Required field move. Huh. So none of you help me. I need to find a Pokemon with the field move for that. Got it. Alright. What the fuck is Amino? Oh my god, Amino! Oh, Amino is a throwback. Oh, I forgot Amino existed. God. No, I used the shit out of Amino back in the day. Give me a moment, everybody. I need to introduce y'all to Amino. Chat, Amino was a social media application originally created in 2010. Let me bring us over to the scene where I can show off Firefox real quick. This is good night, Lucy. You take care. Yeah, no, I'm like getting war flashbacks right now. Amino was a social media application originally created back in 2010. Launched as an app in 2012. I primarily used it around 2015 through 2016. And it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. I do honestly, there are things I do like about Amino's format, to be perfectly clear. I kind of enjoy the fact that Amino allowed you to build these little sectioned off communities centered around interests. and to engage with others in those like-minded spaces. I like that you could have DMs with the same user that were unique in each of those communities, and allowed me to actually section off RPs with some friends really nicely. But it was entirely occupied by people under the age of 17. There was no maturity. You had all of these little fan communities being essentially formed and run entirely by teenagers who were constantly getting into fights and drama, and who had very absurd rules around their communities. And I'm pretty sure someone tried to groom me on there once. I just kind of ghosted them after talking for like a few days. I kind of ghosted them after a few days because I knew something felt off. I was luckily conscious enough to get myself out of the situation, but it was in the social anxiety group. You don't just drop that. You'll drop it all the time. You'll drop that kind of shit on me all the time. Come on. Am I not allowed to trauma dump? Am I not allowed to join the trauma dumping circle? Come on, chat / silly. Wanting to write long-form content made me think Medium or Substack, but I don't think those are great for networking. Yeah. I use Blue Sky primarily for networking. Yeah, it was the social anxiety amino group, wherein I'm pretty sure someone tried to groom me, and then I ghosted them after 3 days because it felt really off. I'm like, they weren't talking like a teenager. You know? So I'm grateful that I had enough sense in me to walk away from that situation, but I'm pretty sure that's a thing that almost happened. I also had a best friend in there who, for context, I have BPD, was my first FP. And that was a whole destructive situation. Jesus Christ. He was from Canada. Which isn't really relative. FP means favorite person. It's a thing that people with BPD do where they will fixate very heavily on an individual. To a point that can easily become kind of self-destructive. It kind of turns into a situation where a lot of your life and stability centers around one person, and that is a problem. Because if that person is unavailable, if that person leaves your life, if that person disappoints or hurts you, you kind of lose your entire sense of self. It's a very common thing in BPD. It is a thing I still do to this day, but I have established coping mechanisms, primarily just having a bunch of them at once. I've got like 4 different FPs right now, and most of them know who they are. Most of them know who they are. For context, again, I have BPD and a bunch of other shit. I have been through extremely extensive therapy to learn how to deal with it and cope with it, and I am a much better person now. Because I, got help and did a lot of work on myself, and I'm now able to have meaningful, healthy, close relationships. Like, one of my closest friends has been my FP for over 4 years. Recently hit 4 years of it, and while we don't speak to it publicly, I can assure you our relationship's a lot healthier than it used to be. It's a thing that I had to learn to deal with, because I don't have a strong sense of self and I feel emotions very intensely, but I've gotten a lot better with it over time. All that to say, you can heal, you can become a better person. Growth is real and valuable and meaningful, and I am glad that I am not nearly as unstable as teenager me was. Shout out to people who take the time and put in the effort to work on themselves, Oh, what is it, AE? You want to cross over to this side? It won't be any fun if I just tell you, so I'll give you 2 hints. I'm only saying this once, so listen. There's a post here, and there's a Tangela somewhere. You can figure out the rest for yourself. I have to be going now. Bye. yeah, no, like genuinely the strategies that I had to develop to deal with that were largely just like learning how to spread my, oh, my bad. Learning to spread my attachments between people, and to better regulate myself in general, you know? Apologies, folks. Listen, being a streamer is hard. Chad, this job is so hard. Chat, being a streamer is like so hard. Hello, Groggy. Yeah, we are Pokemon Rangering it today. Theseus, I make money doing this. This is a third of my income. Had a friend like that, we're no longer close, but I've heard they worked on themselves. Hey, I'm glad to see growth in people. Like, I know for a fact that I am a much healthier person than I used to be, and I am genuinely proud of that, you know? Yeah, of course people know this game. I fucking love the Ranger series. This is my first time playing the OG game, but I played the absolute shit out of some of the Ranger sequels. I tried working myself a lot healthier than I was, but I'm also more aware, which makes me feel like I'm worse. I mean, that's how it goes. Like, how do I say this? Awareness of yourself and your shortcomings is not equivalent to solving them, but it is a meaningful step in that direction. You cannot address problems that you are not aware of. To be aware of your flaws is not the same as fixing them, but it is a part of the process, you know? And that still matters. Shadows of Omnia is on my top 10 Pokemon games. Shadows of Omnia is so fucking good. God. Shadows of Omnia is so good. I'm trying to figure out... So I can't get back across that way. How do I get back? Need to play Pokemon more? I love Pokemon. Very near and dear to my heart. Big Pokemon enjoyer. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all, so true. Pachirisu is my #1 favorite Pokemon because of that game. Oh, good pick. Good pick. Pachirisu is a good mom. Big Cyndaquil enjoyer. Hey buddy, can you not? Hey dude, can you chill out for a second? Also, good night, femboy. I love Pokemon. I need to actually finish the DLC for the... Oh god, what's it called? I need to finish out the DLC for... why does my brain not work correctly? I need to finish the DLC for ZA. Before Shinies for Good. Shinies for Good, chat, is a Pokemon hunting charity group that I am part of, that I moderate for. And I am very excited because we are going to be doing a whole Pride Month event. Some folks are going to be fundraising the entire month. I'm planning on just doing it once a week so I can keep up some of my normal activities during the month of June, but we're going to be raising money for the Rainbow Railroad. It's exciting shit. Hope to see you all around for our upcoming shiny hunting streams. I love shiny hunting. Would recommend you play the Monster Hunter series. I am a Monster Hunter fan. I am a Monster Hunter fan. Apologies for stumbling over for my words for a second there. My brain was like, words aren't real. My brain decided that words weren't real for a bit there. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna grab the big guy for a second. Fave monster, Pukey Pukey. I'll show you all him in a second. He's so good. Fun fact, June is my birthday month. Congratulations! Can I ask when about your birthday is? Chat, my favorite Monster Hunter guy, critter, monster, is gonna be this little guy right here. Oh, the 3rd. Shit! Happy early birthday! Am I gonna be live that day? I should be live that night. Maybe, potentially. Am I? I'll check in a second. I might be, but this is my favorite little guy. This is my favorite little guy. I love him. I love him. He's so silly. He's so silly. I love Pukey Pukey. He's my little guy. Let me check if I'm gonna be live that night or not. I should be live on the 3rd. Noted. Yeah, because it's the 10th where there's a charity show I'm going to. Got it. Mine's the 13th, the Saturday. Chat, is everyone who was born in June gay? I feel like they have to be. I feel like everyone who's born in June has to be gay. Need to play a Monster Hunter game, but I have 0 friends who are into it and I'm nervous. It's a really good series. I do genuinely love it. World is a great starting point. Alright, what do you got? Oh, big number! Do not run after me, I will cry. Leave me the fuck alone, Crawdaunt. Or what? Crocodile? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm not interested. I don't know what you're selling, but I'm not here for it. I don't know what you're selling, but I ain't buying. It only makes sense. Exactly. Am I in safe company to say my favorite is Mitsune followed by Gore Magala? I'm not gonna judge. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. I am not one to judge people's taste in media or monsters. Chat, this is not an NSFW space, but it is a monster fucker save zone, in case anyone needed to know that. We don't talk about it. We don't get into the details. It is a safe zone. I love the sound design in this game so much. It's so cute. Alright, take the stupid fucking Grimer away. Huh? What the? There's an even worse stench coming from over there. It's making my nose go weird. Made mochi for a snack? Congratulations! Pookie is by my friend so ugly he's cute. No, he's just cute. He's just silly. He has like one of the best armor sets in the game also. Gonna go read and go bed? No worries, you take care, Luffy. You're always lovely to see you. Barbara bye bye. You take care of yourself first and foremost. Muck! Less than ideal. Yeah, basically. I'll give word to our leader. Basically, that about sums it up. The sailor received a text message. From Joel to me. I've just heard that Muck has appeared in the waterworks in addition to the Grimer. I understand that it isn't rampaging, but there's the danger of it contaminating the water supply. I'm adding the capture of Muck to your mission. Okay, not great at this. Okay, I need to get faster. This is what I'm learning. Huh. Oh, taking big damage. Out of practice. Fuck me! Okay, there's a lot going on my screen. Give me a second. Can I recharge? Can you... I don't know if you heal me or not. Fuck me! East other broke. God fucking damn it. I'm fine, chat. I will say this game is brutal at times. I don't care. Leave me alone. Oh, stop heading in different directions. That's very inconvenient. It's very inconvenient. Death, murder, and death and sadness. As I am learning. Okay. It's fine. We'll get back to where we were before. We didn't lose too much progress. It's just around the corner. There we go. Alright. Imagine going in different directions. Couldn't be me. I go in one direction, the direction of the bit. Good for you. Can you, like, recharge my stylus? No? Rude. Are there gonna be any mons here that can? You can recharge my stylus. Perfect. Hello, Queen Moz. It's Pokemon Ranger for the Nintendo DS. You move so fast. Fucking hell. Buddy, I need you to calm down. Hey, I appreciate it. I'm just a punk boy on the internet. Burping my might. Alright. We're fine. We're normal. Everything is fine and normal. We're gonna drop... We're gonna release Corfish. Thank you, Multiverse, for the hydrate. Jesus Christ, that was loud. I appreciate it. Sorry you had to do that, but I'll be honest, I don't give a shit about the TOS of a lot of these websites, aside of, like, keeping myself out of trouble. I'll admit, there's a fair deal I do that very much bends or breaks Twitch TOS. Like, a lot of my political activism and discussion is very much shaky on the grounds of TOS. I think a lot of the rules that these websites set, okay, you know, I am gonna get into this conversation. Hello, Jason the Beast. Welcome on in. I hate the ways in which the interest of advertisers basically have come to determine what is or is not acceptable content online. TOS is, for most social media platforms, is primarily built with the intention of or with the interest of advertisers in mind. It is not even necessarily about what content is acceptable for people to be exposed to or dangerous. It is primarily about what advertisers are comfortable having their products advertised next to, and I hate it. Hello, Vertigogo. Bite. Advertisers with the downfall of Tumblr. It is exhausting to me how much modern rhetoric around like what is or is not acceptable in online spaces is entirely determined based on whether or not an advertiser would be comfortable having their brand shoved next to something. I am very vehemently anti-censorship. Hello, Jungle Juno Juice, Bite. To an extreme, I believe that censorship is a very all or nothing kind of situation. And especially as like a political creator, when it comes to censorship, they come after the porn first, and then the political commentary and content comes next, you know? When people aiming for censorship start to tear down NSFW content and art and fiction, their next target after that is only a matter of time before they come after people like me. It is exhausting to me. I hate YouTube's TOS. I hate Twitch's TOS. I hate these rulings that are based primarily in profitability over any actual measure of what content is harmful. Screw that shit. TOS more like bullshit. I have thoughts and feelings, you know? Like how much trans and gay content is marked mature content. Technically, for a lot of what I discuss on the channel, I'm supposed to have like a sensitive issues tag on my Twitch. My stream should pretty much all have a sensitive and controversial issues tag because I openly discuss issues of politics and queer identity. That kind of shit kills discovery and kills ad revenue because channels can opt out of having, or rather, brands can opt out of having their ads shown on that. And you need to, I believe, in some capacity have verified your age in order to view the content. Crazy how advocating for violence is okay as long as it's against women and minorities. Oh, I don't like it. Alright, we've been through this. Reminds me of how some of our Sanrio stimboards were safer, work, and cute. Tags and mature content for no reason. So Tumblr's automatic mature content verification is primarily just based off the presence of colors. If there's a lot of like pinks and fleshy tones, it's very likely to be labeled as mature content, just because it's like really bad image recognition tech. At least at the time, it was very, very bad image recognition tech that primarily just was looking for like, is there a lot of skin tone here? Alright. So what I'm hearing is that making characters blue can get past moderation. I'm pretty sure that did happen. Censorship always justified itself as protect the children, but it never ends there. Here's the thing, it doesn't even work to protect children. You know how you protect kids? By giving them proper education on what abuse looks like, and offering them and the, you know, authoritative figures in their life the tools to properly report it and to deal with it. You don't protect kids by stripping the privacy and rights of everyone else. You protect kids by giving them the tools to recognize abuse and giving the people who care for them the tools to recognize abuse. Alright. I'm just gonna rush into this with a poke assist. So yeah, we got the other two out of here, so we can just focus on you. There we go. Got it. Cool. Usually agreed you're not magically gonna become immune to grooming and scams when you hit 18. Yeah, I do genuinely. I hate the idea that many folks have in their heads that like you turn 18 and suddenly you are a mature person who knows everything. You're a mature grown adult, which is not to say. How do I? Okay. This is always a complicated thing to get into, but 18 is a very arbitrary number for like the marker of adulthood, and that is, I am not saying that, to be perfectly clear, I am not saying that to say that like to justify harm done to children. I am not saying that to say like, oh, kids are way more mature than we give them credit for, thereby they should be allowed to be put in dangerous situations, etc., etc. I say that to say that like a lot of 18-year-olds are still just kids with a little more freedom. And we put the arbitrary standard of you are 18 and thereby you are now responsible for yourself in place, rather than treating this maturity as a gradual process that happens over time, oftentimes in response to lived experience, and at people mature in different ways at different rates. Again, none of this is to say or to justify harm done to kids. None of this is to be like, oh, we need to it should be so okay for kids to end up in these dangerous situations if they're mature enough, etc., etc. It is to say that people act as though at the age of 18 suddenly you are a mature person who has everything figured out, when a lot of 18-year-olds are just, you know, kids. You don't turn 18 and suddenly know how to be a person. It makes me think of the Big Boy episode of a show called Camp Laszlo to show the absurd the dates of age milestones are. It's been a really interesting thing to explore, being in like my early to mid 20s, how big the gap in maturity is between me and a lot of other people in my same age range. I'm 24, and I know a lot of people who are, you know, within a year of me age-wise who are significantly less mature, largely due to lived experience. Largely because they are, you know, still, you know, at the age of 23, 24, 25, still living with their parents and working part-time jobs and have never had to carry the responsibility of being solely or primarily responsible for themselves. Meanwhile, I know people who are in that same age range as me and are meaningfully more mature than me, largely because they've just had to manage themselves for longer. There is something about being the sole person responsible for your own well-being and safety, about having to work a job and pay rent, that does kind of force people to get their shit together. And I don't believe that that suffering and hardship is something that people should have to deal with. But there is absolutely something to be said for the ways in which a lot of lived experience just kind of push people to grow up in a certain extent. I think the biggest thing that happened to kind of mature me as a person was going through homelessness and fighting my way out the other side. I was homeless a year and a half ago, and I fought tooth and nail to get myself out of that situation, and having to carry the weight of working 60 hours a week and pushing my body to its limits constantly, of making enough money to take care of myself, of having to cook and manage my own meals and budget, etc. All of that together really did force me to get my shit together. And because of that, I've honestly kind of struggled to maintain relationships with people in my own age range a lot of the time. I end up in situations where most of my friends are in their late 20s, early 30s. just because that's the sort of stage I am in life right now. Hell, my roommate is 29, and I would argue that I have my shit together more than they do in a lot of ways. That's life though. You grew up in a damn hurry being houseless. I don't know. Nods. I get it. This guy's stinker's gotta be 10 times worse than Nick Grimer. I mean, it's so overpowering. I can't smell anything anymore. Look, see? Watch me breathe deeply. Okay, I'll haul this last lot away. Good job. I'd say what tends to make me the level of maturity I am is my parents being not mature. I genuinely think, unfortunately, and as much as I believe no one should ever have to struggle and suffer, the biggest thing that matures people is just being busy, and the lack of capacity that comes with that. I think the biggest thing that I found to be a marker of whether or not I'll be able to maintain a friendship with someone is, do they know what it is like to be busy? Do they know what it is like to work a full-time job or to work part-time while going through school? Do they know what it is like to have to expend the time and energy necessary to take care of themselves? And especially in an independent manner. That has become one of the biggest determiners for like whether or not I'm able to maintain a friendship with someone. Because if someone cannot bear the weight and responsibility or if someone does not have that lived experience, they oftentimes do not have respect for my time and space. For me, I'm an autistic and no one else in my family is. That's how to learn to work with myself. That's how it goes sometimes. Huh? Sounds like the situation in the waterworks has been settled. What about me? Didn't spot any Go Rock Squad members, and my clothing smells horrible now. There's no reason for me to stay here, even another moment, so I'll be on my way. You shouldn't dawdle if... I wouldn't dawdle if I were you. You should report to the ranger base right away. No, I need to be surrounded by people who are busy and who know what it is like to have limited time, you know? Which is weird. Yes, I would like to save my video game. Give me that save screen. That Grimer reek. Never mind, it's nothing. You restored clean drinking water to the citizens of Falls City by yourself. You restored the city's lifeblood. Those captures you made would have challenged veteran rangers. You've outdone yourself again. I'm hereby certifying you as a Ranger rank 4 AE. AE was promoted to Ranger rank 4. You can now use bug poke assists. Cool, beautiful. We get some cool new stuff. AE, now that you're a rank 4 ranger, there's something I should tell you. You are permitted to add one more friend Pokemon to your party when you reach ranks 4, 7, and 10. Actually, all stylers have the capacity to allow up to 7 friend Pokemon in your party. However, novices can't make full use of a party of Pokemon if there are too many. That's why we cap the styler. Beautiful. Allow me to remove the first cap on your styler's party capacity. You are now authorized to be accompanied by up to 5 friend Pokemon in addition to your partner. The styler received a text message from Spencer to Joelle and AE. I've got unconfirmed reports that the Go Rock Squad have resumed activity in Summerland. AE, if you're not on an active mission, head for Summerland. This isn't a mission, I want you to gather intelligence on the Go Rock Squad with your own eyes and ears. Now even Summerland is threatened by the Go Rock Squad. I would like you to go there immediately, but there's a major problem. For some unknown reason, the ferry to Summerland hasn't been running. If you took the Dragonite bus, you would be in Summerland instantly, but you can't use it at your ranger rank. Now what to do? Oh, that's right. How about asking the Lapras guy who's always at the harbor? If you explain your situation, he may be willing to let you ride his Lapras. He's quite a reasonable and generous person. It's worth a try. Alright then, we got our next objective, chat. I like how I heard my phone buzz went, oh no, it was a band I like. Thank you, band I like, for the good news. Fuck you, the Narcissus Cookbook, by the way, for not touring in Florida for the 2nd year in a row. Come to Florida. Gun emoji. I would quite like you to visit here. At your rank, you cannot ride the bus. Chat, are you high enough ranked to ride the bus? Chat, can I admit to something a little bit embarrassing? I know this is gonna sound very silly, but I need you all to be proud of me because it's like a step for me because I'm a very anxious person. Okay? I need you all to be proud of me. I rode the bus on my own for the first time like 6 months ago, and I'm very proud of that. And I know that sounds dumb. I know that sounds silly, but I need you to consider that I'm just a little guy. I'm a little guy with severe anxiety, and I'm very proud of past me for riding the bus. I'm officially high enough rank to ride the bus. One agoraphobe to another. I see you, AE, and I'm proud of you. I'm not even an agoraphobe necessarily. I just have horrid social anxiety, you know? Rode a train for the first time a month ago, 10 out of 10 would recommend. Hell yeah. I have ridden a train before. I've done that. They're pretty cool. Trains are cool. Big train enjoyer, chat. Big train enjoyer. Alright. Oh no? Chat, this just in. The autistic people in chat love trains. That's mean. Apologies. Someone, anyone, help! Save my Lapras! Oh no. Thank you for the hydrate. Welcome on in, Kobold. I accidentally stepped on a Krabby's foot. I got furious. Bark, bark! Bark, bark, bite, bite! How are you doing today, Connie? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm sobbing, I will die. Have you considered that my teeth are currently in your neck? Which more to cars than trains? Can the Lapras just like swim away? But the Krabby are right there! And his buddy got so mad they went after my Lapras. Help me, Ranger. My Lapras needs your help. That's the spirit, Ranger. Even your reply is cool. Chat, I appreciate all the folks in chat with vehicle autism. The vehicle autism havers are so valid. Love this for you. Happy for everyone with vehicle autism. Stop stepping away from each other. It's very annoying. There we go. Every Dragonite cream is based on a plane. I love this for you. That's so cute. That's so silly. My special interest, chat, is punk culture. If that wasn't obvious. Chat, can you tell that my special interest is being punk? Was it obvious that my special interest is being punk? Could you tell? Could you figure that out? Punk music, punk culture, punk politics. That's my special interest. Are you okay, Lapras? I'm sorry I got us into that scary situation. What a shocking bit of new AE information. Okay, but I thought it was death rituals. That is something that I've hyperfixated on in the past. That is just genuinely a former, hyperfixation of mine. Thank you, Ranger. You're my Lapras' savior. Live by a train track and a Pacific Express engine comes by ever so often. That's cute. I love this for you. Oh, I also hate to seem ungrateful, but I'd like to return this crab. I'd like you to return this crabby to the sea. Don't think you saw my message earlier about a pass the final exam. Oh, I'm so proud of you! Congrats on the mechanic certification! I'm so proud of you! You can do plane things now! I'm so proud of you! Congrats on the 10 stream streak as well. Bumper my bite. I'm so glad that you can do plane stuff now. Chat, Monster Kicker is licensed to do planes. It was my own carelessness that got us into this mess. Those crabby aren't to blame. Bye bye, friends. Union Pacific, my bad, my bad. I'm just a little guy. I owe you huge. If there's anything I or my Lapras can do for you, don't be shy to say it. What's that? You want to go to Summerland? It's all you want from us. Ride my Lapras and you'll get there in no time. There's no need for any boat or for you to swim. Lapras, don't let me down. Yay! Now people can send me pictures of planes, and if it's not the entrance propeller, I can tell you if anything looks wrong. Hell yeah! Chat, why do so many people in my chat work on aircrafts? Why do I have more than one chatter whose like job is aircrafts? It looks as if my Lapras has taken a shine to you. If you want to ride my Lapras, feel free to go for it whenever you like. Don't worry about me. Chat, it's Lapras time. Oh, chat. Lapras is such a top tier Pokemon. I love Lapras. Big Lapras enjoyer. I think because airplanes, I'd work on airplanes, not gonna lie, valid. Yeah, no, Pokemon Ranger has an incredible OST. It's really good. The OST in this game is peak. From Spencer to AE. When you reach Summerland, go meet with Cameron, the ranger leader there. Ask him to help you gather information. I've already emailed Cameron and told him that you're on your way to Summerland, AE. Chat, can I say something wild? I've always thought Cameron was like a really hot name. Do you ever hear a name and you go, damn, that sounds like a name that belongs to someone hot? Cameron is that for me. I've always been like, damn. Cameron is the name of someone who'd be hot. My favorite Pokemon is Cyndaquil. I love Cyndaquil. He's my little guy. AE, Cameron sounds like, sounds so stupid. I'm going to kill you with the gun that I own. I am going to shoot you with the gun that I own. What then, motherfucker? What then? Fuck you. Fuck you. What are you gonna do after I shoot you with the gun that I own? Cameron's the name of a villain in the story I'm writing. I love the name Cameron. I also love villains. Ever since I learned of them, I've loved Zoroark. Zoroark is a really good one. That's definitely in like my top 10. I love Zoroark. Counting on you to find leads on the Go Rock squad. Shoot them with the gun, weak. Beat them with it instead. I just think it's really funny to threaten to shoot people with the gun that I own, you know? If her name is Morgan or Noelle, I'm all in for her. I know so many Morgans. How are you doing? Welcome on in, Stranger Shadows. I know so many Morgans. I really love these floating cottages. To be fair, it's cool. Yeah, you also threaten to skin people. Listen, chat, I just like threatening people for fun, for the silly, for the whimsy. You know this of me. You know this of me. Are you on vacation? Or are you on patrol? Or are you on vacation pretending to be on patrol? It's hard to believe that we could stay at a lovely cottage like this. It's like a dream come true. I haven't seen our son so excited and full of life like this for a long time. I've never seen the sea like this. I've never seen a sea before. Kinda wanna know what it's like to just wild sentence. Wild sentence. I do say that though having an exclamation point vor command, so I can't judge. Finally arrived in Summerland, so I think I'll spend my time in swim trunks from morning till night. I really cannot judge, given the everything of my channel. Scrolling to Twitch and stuff, Pokemon Rangers, so obviously had to watch. Hell yeah, pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm just a loud punk bastard on the internet. Why is there an ad starting? God fucking damn it. Chat, curse the unfortunate ad timing. But I'm just a loud punk bastard on the internet. I'm a big Pokemon enjoyer, and this is my first ever playthrough of Ranger. We're having a great time. Hope you're doing quite well yourself. My chat's also just being a little bit feral right now, but to be fair, that is par for the course for them. Oh, I recognize that uniform. You're a Ringtown Ranger? You're named AE. What brings you to Summerland? Go Rock Squat? What's that about? Is it like a new dance? Oh, the Go Rock Squad. I've never heard of them. Wasn't it hard getting to Summerland? Oh, the Ringtown leader ordered you to come here. Wow, that sounds really strict. Her leader went off to the capture tower to get... Ah, shit, that was so loud! Welcome on in, Raiders! Hello, everybody! Apologies, hope folks aren't stuck in the ad. But hi there, I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. Oh my god, why are my alerts so loud? What the fuck is happening? Why is everything broken? Welcome on in, everybody. I am Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. You can find me talking queer and leftist issues here on twitch.tv. It is so lovely to see you. What were y'all up to tonight? Hi. Everyone, please give some love to Nox over here. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you doing? Please do feel free to share some information about yourself, about whatever it was you were up to tonight. I would love to know more. Sending my love. Sending all my love. Bark or bite bite. We're just chilling with some Ranger. Alright. Oh, one second. I gotta close this. That application should not be open right now. There we go. Everything's normal. Speaking of feral, been invited to a Discord. Was able to actually get over my anxiety about being there. Oh, congratulations, Connie. Cute. Stuck in jail, free me, Twitch, you bastards. Listen, it's not in my power. I'm not strong enough to prevent Twitch from holding you hostage in ad jail. Unfortunately, chat, while I may be a police and prison abolitionist, I am not powerful enough to stop ad jail. Ad jail is stronger than me. The forces of ad jail are just too much for my poor little fop's body. Our leader went off to the capture challenge again today, the first thing in the morning. We're usually free to do whatever we want. I mean, Summerlin's so peaceful anyway that we're not busy ever. Oh yeah, I'd better fetch our leader for you. Just chill and hang out, okay? Let's go, Polytoad. Chat, he's cute. Chat, he's cute. Hello, Nox! Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. It's so lovely to see you. Stream's going alright. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. We're just enjoying some Pokemon Ranger yapping, causing some chaos, as we're off to do. No worries. I genuinely appreciate the raid and the follow. Make sure you're taking care of yourself first and foremost. If you need some food, some water, some rest, that absolutely takes priority. But it is wonderful to have you. How did your stream go? What were you up to? This is a little bit of a silly. I say this lightheartedly. It is always a little bit funny to me when people are in my chat, leave my chat to go stream, and then raid into me. Sometimes I forget that like my 6-hour streams are not normal. Sometimes I forget that most people are not streaming for 6-hour streams. Whoopsie. To Toad. Poor little Fob's body made me think of grabbing you by the tail and swinging you around like a wet towel. You can do that when I eventually release a oh my god, chat. I meant to this week talk to plushie manufacturers about getting a plushie made, and I didn't do that. Fuck me. Stream was good. Played some Pokemon Champions and had an explosive start. Got up to Ultra Ball tier. Got stuff for the rest of the night. Hey, that's how it goes sometimes. Proud of you for continuing on, fighting, creating. Milk-soaked AE plushie that got, that I sucked the milk out of when I'm thirsty. Welcome back, Darkwood Rider. Normally stream longer when I'm very eepy. I have a 6-hour minimum on my streams and I regularly go longer. Because I'm a little bit weird like that. I'm a little bit silly like that. Hey, you know, like, take it easy. Slow down and chill out. Maybe you may as well wait till Percy gets back. They hold the capture challenge down at the Sapphire Sea. When our leader enters, he gets caught up in the excitement, so he loses track of the time. Like a little kid, huh? Whoops, here he is. You should partner with Makeshift. They make everything from plushies, the clothing, and keychains. So the issue is Makeshift's minimum order requirements would be way too high. Okay. So, the issue with getting a plushie produced as a content creator is that a lot of the companies that produce plushies are going to have really high minimum order values. So yes, I could go through the work of like trying to set something up with Makeshift, but there would be a minimum 200 order requirement to get the plushie produced. I love my community. I'm imagining I'm gonna sell maybe 30 of these. You know, I am not nearly large enough of a creator for Makeshift to be a viable option. My plan currently is to find a company that is willing to do small batches of plushies, have them shipped directly to me, and to handle the shipping and distribution myself, which is actually what I already do with a lot of my merch. I source my merch myself, I order it in small scales, and I handle all of the shipping and packaging on my own. Thank you for the stretch, Barker by Might, big stretch. Oh. I've been looking for plushie companies that are willing to do orders of 50 or less. or rather 100 or less, ideally 50. And I want to be able to order like 50 to 100 plushies. I will pay for the initial cost of having them produced and sent to me, but I cannot do like 200. I want to be ordering like 50 of them, and then I will handle all of the shipping, packaging, and whatnot myself. If we get the FOPs to the Twitch Awards, he has no excuses. Listen, please continue to push my content, continue to rally around me. Get me to a point where I end up in the Twitch Awards or something of that sort. It would be an honor. Even getting to be part, there's like the Small Streamers Awards, which I should still be eligible for. Like, you know, when the Small Streamer Awards come around, vote for me, please. I'm begging. But you know. Wish I could get an AE plush, but I know I wouldn't be able to. Yeah, it would unfortunately have to be expensive and difficult and whatnot. What's the legality of printing and putting posters of you up all around my town? You can do that. I'm not going to stop you. Do it. But nah. I want to have a plushie produced. Getting 200 minimum orders would be really difficult as a creator of my size. And so I would probably have to rely on just handling a lot of the sourcing and shipping on my own. And I'm okay with that. It's just a matter of, how do I say, finding a producer who is willing to do that for me. You know? On that note, if anyone knows plushie producers who are willing to do smaller batch orders, let me know. I hope someday that I am big enough to like partner with a company like Makeship. I would love to. I'm not there yet. Well, another great day capturing. I sure had fun today. Huh? And who might you be? Hey, are you maybe the ranger that Spencer wrote about? Thank you for the hydrate, but for my fight. Isn't we vote for them so Jack can go to the awards ceremony with a banner that says congrats poor guy? Nah, please, I would be honored for folks to help me like get awards and whatnot. Honestly, I admit, despite the fact that I've been streaming for 4 years, I'm not super in tune with and aware of like various award things, and there's a lot of stuff that I see smaller content creators doing that I'm just not in touch with. I've seen creators significantly smaller than me like partner with cool brands and get cool opportunities that I wish I could have, and I'm realizing at this point that a lot of it relies on me either making myself accessible or doing a lot more outreach, which is scary. Not good at that. But I need to start setting myself up for those opportunities. I just need to push through the next 2 months and all of the big projects that are going to be on my plate. Well, it's nice to meet you. It's good that all of you have come here for investigation, but, well, that Team Go Rock, was it? Whatever they're called. Haven't heard neither hide nor hair of them. So I've been taking part in the local capture challenge for keeping my technique sharp, yep. And, you know, just keeping cool and relaxed a little. Are you hydrating with actual water or with energy drinks? I'm not answering that question. I'm not answering that question. I will not be answering that question. Fuck you. Fuck. Anger. I'm killing all of you. You're dying at my hands. Have you considered that? Huh? Have you considered that I'm killing you? Have you considered that I'm killing you? Have you considered? Thank you. Hello, old man Windbreaker. How are you doing today? Also read Anne's message and type. I'll click at it in just a second. Bark, bark, bite, bite. You'll have to drink water for the stamina to get all of us? Nah, nah, you can't make me! You can't make me. You can't make me drink water. You can't make me drink water. You can't do it. I'm too powerful. You can't make me. I am too strong and too powerful. Can't make you, but I can frown disappointedly and sprout a mustache for the occasion. Bold of you to assume I respect any fucking authority figure. Bold of you to assume that I would respect the will of a president. Drink water now, low tier god thunderclap. Bold of you to assume I would respect a god. I am god, bitch. Slash silly. If you don't drink water, you're gonna die of bones exploding. Sounds hot? Question mark? Question mark? I'm still deciding on that one. Still deciding on that one. Gonna need some time to figure that one out, actually. You fuckers want me to drink water so badly. You guys want me to drink water so badly. What if we ask nicely, could you please drink water? Well, that's just cute. That's just silly. Now I feel a little bit bad. God damn it. My newly gender fluid wife says to drink water. Fine, for your wife, for your newly gender fluid wife. I'm killing you all with my teeth. Change your gender fluid every 30 kilometers. Hey, Neko Boy Blue, you would probably know this. How do I know if my car's like coolant is out? How would I know? Would that be why my AC doesn't seem to be working? How would you feel if I yanked all your bones out and filled you up with water like a balloon? Probably bad. I would probably die. I would probably be in severe pain, I imagine. Oh, no, you got it wrong. Of course, it's not always like this here. Oh, Percy went looking for me. I never saw him. It's odd though. Maybe we just passed each other. Okay, cool. I don't know if my car's AC is working. Probably out of Freon if your AC blows but isn't cold. That is what I'm experiencing. How do I fix that? How do I fix that? Chat, I don't know how cars work. You'll get a check engine light, high temps, or hear your car changes piston usage to make them act as emergency cooling. Fascinating! Fixing AC, that'll depend on what's wrong. AC's blowing, it ain't getting cold. I like how Neko Boy Blue poked into stream and I'm immediately like, alright, let's go. We got the cis man in here. Help me with car stuff. Don't know cars, only know electricity and Nikola Tesla's wrath. Valid. World leaders and deities fail, but the gender fluid wife succeeds. There's like 7 things you can be. You gave me a mechanic thing, like leaving a cat treat out. No, literally. Listen. You're a cis man. I know you love cars. Trouble! My polytube was taken away by these weird-looking rangers. They captured my Polytoad using a weird styler. It wasn't like any styler I've seen before. I shouted at my Polytoad, but he totally ignored me. They disappeared into the olive jungle. Domestic cis cowboy repairs your car ASMR. I'd listen to that. Chat, I would listen to that. Chat, I'm just a silly little guy. This is awful. Maybe what Spencer had to say was right after all. Hey, will you help us? Can you go into the olive jungle and recapture Percy's Polytoad? You're probably definitely more suited for the job than our rangers. After all, Spencer's your mentor. So the rangers here suck is what I'm gathering. So it's a problem with the actual AC system. All I know it could be that there's no refrigerant. If one of the refrigerant lines is clogged, mayhaps. Could be something else. Huh. What's next? You gonna invite me to go fishing? I mean, if you'd like to. Would you like to go fishing in the Everglades? We can catch fish with our teeth. But no, I've been finding that as I've been driving around recently, even though I have my AC set super low, it's barely cooling. And that's a problem because we've been hitting 90s lately, and it's not fun. Could be anything, yeah. Clogged line, bad temperature, control sensor, etc. Fun, delicious, love that. Whoa. Yeah, it's been making my commute really rough. I know. How about we do this? I get in touch with Spencer and get him to certify this is an official mission. Great deal? Great idea, huh? Send you a relevant pick, since I'm offended by how accurately you clocked me. Suffer. Enjoy your lurk, Peru. Enjoy your lay down time. You got this. Chat. Real live footage of Neko Boy Blue. Real live footage of Neko Boy Blue popping into chat. Live Neko Cam. We found the live Neko Cam. Literally could not tell you without being there physically, possibly some equipment. So, what do? I would like my car to stop being hot when I drive around. You know? In any case. That has me really tempted to see where Boozle is. Chat, what if I checked up on Boozle real quick? You're gonna have to take it to a shop, but that costs money! Chat, that costs money. Alright. Easiest fix is take it to a mechanic and say the AC isn't working. They can take a code reader to it or otherwise investigate. Find a car punk in your area. Let me see if I know any car punks. Alright, chat, if y'all are okay with it, I might quickly go check to see if Boozle's okay. But I will be back in a moment. We will continue our shenanigans. I'm not sure how much longer I'm gonna be going tonight. I am gonna be on with the Prince on Safi Adkins' channel tonight at 2 a.m. EST, so in an hour and a half from now. But I'm not sure if I'm gonna raid in tonight just because I do have a couple things I would like to get done in between. Primarily just like getting some food in my body and taking the time to record a couple things first because I have to re-record some audio that I fucked up earlier. But we got a little bit ahead of us. I just want to check on Boozle real quick. All right. Well, damn it, I guess you're gonna have to just overthrow the bourgeoisie and destroy capitalism. I don't like spending money. I'll be right back. I'm checking on Boozle. You take care, Lycan. Guess who I have? Here, you can go in my chair. There you go. You okay, buddy? Chat. Guess who I have? Hi, buddy. Hi, baby. Boozle. Boozle. He was gripping onto my shoulder with so many claws when I was dragging him in here. Hey, buddy. I'm gonna pull you into my lap, or not. Would you like to get in my lap? Boozle? We have a Boozle here. You wanna get up? You wanna join me? He's very aggressively butting his head against my leg right now. Yeah. What's up? What's up, Boozle? Boozle. You can get in my lap, you know? You're allowed to. Oh, are you okay, buddy? Your eye looks a little irritated. Are you okay? Hey, buddy, are you okay? Chad, I'm a little bit worried about him. I go to bed, you take care of Theseus. I'm noticing he has like a little bit of moisture underneath his eye, and that has me a tiny bit worried. I'm like, it looks like he's been crying, and I don't think cats cry. So I could be wrong. That could be a problem. You want to say hi? Yeah, you want to say hi? Equally protective older cops move the moment something doesn't seem right as endearing. I worry about him, okay? You want me to open the door for you? I'll crack the door open for you so you can leave if you want, okay? You want the okay, you want me? Alright, there you go. See, I don't know enough about cats to justify or judge if something like that would be a problem. I didn't really get that actually. Do you know when the idiot sticks her face in a water faucet? Got it. It could be he does have a fancy water fountain, so he could have just like put his face in the fancy water fountain and gotten water all over his face, under his eye. Hopefully he's okay. I'm just a little bit worried he's got some eye irritation or infection or something. In any case. Hopefully he's okay. Listen, I care about that cat. I care about him. Anyway, back to the video games. I just wanted a quick boozle break. I wish y'all could hear him chirp. He's so cute. Back with foods, the big family size chip bag your family got was like half air. Yeah. I mean, that's not surprising. Shrinkflation is a thing. He's holding his eye closed. Not like that, no. It's just a bit of moisture underneath the eye, and I'm like, that's not normal. Hopefully he just did a bad job drinking water. Enjoy your lurking awesomely epic guy. Bye bye. It's not like Spencer and I are complete strangers. I'll contact him, of course. Well, it sounds like we have a mission on our hands. From Spencer to AE. I read Cameron's message. There's no way I could turn him down. I used to work on the same team as Joel and Cameron long ago. Also, by tracking the abductors of the Polytoad, you may uncover some leads about the Go Rock Squad. Rescue the Polytoad that disappeared in the Olive Jungle. That's your new mission, AE. Beautiful. Winning, even. Maybe he missed something like that. I just care about him. Chat, I care a lot about this cat. I care so much about him. He's such a bastard. This morning I woke up to him meowing to get into my bathroom. He loves, there's a ledge in my bathroom that's probably like the sunniest spot in the apartment, and he will scream at me until I open the door to let him in. He's very cute. I suppose we're moving on into the olive forest, though. Indeed, indeed. He's a precious baby. He's also a dumb homophobic man. I love Boozle. Alright. Where's Polytoad? Mission 4. How many missions are in this game? Does he have a grudge against gay sex? He really likes women. And only women. He tolerates me, you know? He tolerates me. I got so worried about my Polytoad that I came out here. But the jungle is terrifying to me. Hey, I'm really sorry I'm dropping the whole thing on you, but please rescue my Polytoad. Chat, he's kinda cute. It's kinda cute how helpless he is. I kinda like him. Oh, we got a Trico! I need it, I need it, I need it. Give it to me. We're pretty sure Boozle is aggressively straight, you know? Supposedly, he will only spend extended periods of time in my roommate's bed if my roommate has a woman over. It's very cute. Status level went up. He can smell the they, them pronouns and lets you stay. Alright, we got that data. Trico is who I got when I first played Mystery Dungeon. For me, it was Torchic. My first ever Mystery Dungeon starter was Torchic. Very near and dear to my heart to this day. Alright, second Trico. I don't need two of you. As we all know, gender has smell, and connoisseurs can tell which blend it is. Pokemon a go-go! Even if you're in a hurry, stop in your tracks. Holy shit, wait, are they some like cringe-ass punk band? Wait. Open your ears for melodic attacks. The rhythm of rage pounds the ground. Let the melody of ambition rise to the skies. Holy shit! They play Christian rock! They would.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the follow, bark bark bite bite. Oh my god. If you don't know us, we'll cure your ignorance. Billy, Garrett, Clyde, Tiffany! Tiffany is such... Billy, Garrett, Clyde, and Tiffany. Billy, Garrett, Clyde, and Tiffany. I'm crying. I'm crying right now. I'm crying right now. The Go Rock Squad's hot prospect band of key shaker and taker celebrities. A name once heard but never forgotten. The Go Rock Quads. Chat, I love them. Chat, I love them. Chat, I fucking love them. They're so stupid. Oh my god, I love them. Just got off their gig playing the next VeggieTales movie. They're all, this is so silly. I adore it. Were we a bit out of time? Doesn't matter, it's about feeling. You're the new recruit to the Ranger Union, eh? Oh, Ranger, please hear us out. We've recently developed an interest in legendary Pokemon. But even for the most skilled of Rangers, legendary Pokemon are difficult to capture. If you have the cash, there's not much you can't do in this world. But legendary Pokemon, that's another story. Can't do a thing about them for any amount of cash. But you know, pretty soon the ultimate styler that makes the impossible happen is gonna be ready. Huh. That's all you'll get to hear out of our top secret performance. Bye-bye. They're so bad. Here's a little more of an encore. The Go Rock Squad's gonna put an end to the history of Rangers soon. When we capture the legendary Pokemon, we can do whatever we feel like doing. I genuinely thought he was about to say we can do whatever the fuck we want. And I was about to go wild over it. Over a swear in a Pokemon game. Chad, I might be a little bit too eepy sleepy. We'll summon storms, drop thunderbolts, whip up massive fires. We'll do it all. And what will the Ranger Union do then? Why, nothing but stand around crying, boo-hoo-hoo. The citizens will lose faith in the Union, and that'll be that for you Rangers. Fascinating. Chat, I love this. They're so bad. They are so bad. Wurmple. Hey, stop right there. Did you enjoy the Go Rock Quad's performance? There's something entertaining for you past here though. It would be wasteful for you to go, so I'm stopping you from going out of the goodness of my heart. What's with that look? If you want trouble, I've got it. I just got these Wurmple with my new stylers. Let's see them rock. Charge! I think they're unionized. It's the Ranger Union, you know? I'm honestly not sure what the best analog for what the Rangers do is to like real world stuff. Cause they're not cops, but they do a lot more than like, you know, wildlife management. They do kind of read to me like they're doing the jobs of like firefighters, of like, you know, wildlife rangers, but also of just everyday helpful people. I don't know. I think the only response to his whole bit is okay man, indeed. The Wurmple ran off! The styler busted! I'm not good enough yet. There he is. They sure just are rangers, you know? Bug. Chat, big bug enjoyer. All right. We got Fanfi here as well. Chat, I love Fanfi. Oh, that used to be one of my favorites when I was younger. He's such a little guy. Go Rock entering battle motif, a battle of the bands against Roxy's bands in black and white too. That'd be so good. I need to at some point actually finish the black and white games. I haven't gotten around to it. They're on my list, and I do really eventually want to go through and finish them, but the time has not come just yet. Perhaps one of these days. The Go Rock Squad is going to take over as the real Rangers. Any Pokemon I capture with this new styler obeys everything I say. They're so silly. Like, I don't know, man. It's not that hard to, like, help your neighbors, you know? Find some sense of community. It's pretty cool. I heavily recommend it. You don't need to, like, destroy the rangers in order to, you know, care about your local community. Come on. Oh, some hero. Think you're so tough just because you beat me? Even I can beat me easily, huh? Oh, hi, Spinnerack. You're so cute. Stop attacking me. Rude. Fanfi and Donphan vaguely inspired the creature of my current project. I love this for you. Hi, Retro. How are you? Bye bye. Appreciate the hell out of you. What have you been up to today? Ah rah rah. I hope you're doing quite well. It's always a pleasure to see you, friend. I beat myself every day. Wait. There's no way they didn't know what they were doing with that. I know its stats aren't great, but Gen 2 Ariados was a champ on my team. No, Ariados is adorable. And I do enjoy the fact that, Pokemon isn't that difficult. Largely because it does enable people to just use whatever Pokemon they want, you know? I really appreciate the fact that Pokemon games are easy enough that people can just play whatever the hell, or play with whatever style they enjoy. Work, dinner, chores, recording things. Hey, real as shit, and I appreciate the hell out of you, dude. Thank you so much for your help with everything. Ooh, sushi! Oh, I'm jealous. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much for being here and being in my life. Chat, you can tell I'm sleepy because I'm very sappy right now. You can tell the Eepy Sneepy is kicking in because I'm very sappy. My Ariados one-shot Red Pikachu, and that's a core memory. I love this for you. Guys, Retro, absolutely incredible VTuber, does so much of his stuff on original hardware. I'm currently playing this on my 3DS, which he installed the capture card in. I'm playing this on my childhood 3DS via a capture card that he installed for me, and it means the world to me. Super cool person, super talented voice actor. Give him some love. Aw, sleepy swappy. I'm just a little guy, okay? I'm just a little guy. The Eepy Sneepy is kicking in. Yeah, it's on the 3DS. So it's a DS game, but you can fucking do DS games on the 3DS, so it works out perfectly. It's working great. I really like the setup. Thank you so much. This game honestly was one of the main reasons I wanted to get the capture card in my 3DS, because this is a game that relies heavily on the touchscreen. And it's so cool that I finally get to do this, because I would not be able to emulate this. God, you Politoed! Come back here! Obey your new master! You weren't supposed to see me get embarrassed like that. I'm telling you now, it's not because I'm not skilled enough. This new styler's acting up. That's why that Politoed is not paying attention. You just want to make something of it? Alright, do I have anything that can do that? I don't think so just yet. So we can look around at our options. Alright, so we're gonna need 3 big number. Do you also plan to play the second game? I will probably eventually stream it, but it's a bit lower priority given I've already played it on my own in the past, you know? I would like to. I do really, really enjoy this series. This is the only entry in the series that I've never played before. So, we'll see if I jump right into streaming the others or if I take a little bit of a break from it, you know? When I'm picking new games, it's a mix of what I think chat would like things that chat votes on, and just whatever is striking my fancy at the time. Alright, what's your thing? You have no field move. Delicious. Cool. Tasty. Yes, I will save my game. Data has been saved. Do take care. Oh, hello, hero. Oh, you're so... Oh my god, you're so cool. You're so cool and powerful. Oh, I love you. Remember you mentioning games are sort of still a new thing to you? Yeah, I did not grow up playing video games, and while I do stream video games very regularly, they're not like the core part of my content. I enjoy streaming games, and I do, you know, use streaming as a means to play all the games I kind of missed out on as a kid. But they're always lower priority to me than the yapping, you know? I will prioritize my ability to yap over my games. I'm gonna cry. Heracross, be nice to me. You know what? Fuck you. I'm going to cry. Do you want to make me cry, Heracross? Come on, buddy. I'm going to cry. Do you want to make me cry, Heracross? Jesus Christ. Hello, Choco. How are you doing today? Bye bye. You take some care, get some good rest as well. Great. All the best. Bye bye. I adore the pixel art in this game so much. Its art style is really unique even for Pokemon. I like it quite a lot. Who can I release? Enjoying games in your own rhythm and time is important. I'm just very attached to my just chatting content. Like, I want to use streaming as a means to play a lot of the games that I missed out on, but my favorite parts of stream are almost always the yapping portions, admittedly. Thanks, Ranger. I'll just be on my way. Good job, too. The yapping goes hard. It's genuinely my favorite part of creating. Just getting to be here and yap. This game makes me feel like it was the first game that had the Pokemon feeling alive, if that makes sense. No, I get you. The universe felt alive with how much the Pokemon are just kind of going about their business. Yeah. I get it. Whoa, Minky, and a Primeape too! Youch, someone help! Hey there, Ranger, what perfect timing! Let me slap your hand, you're in charge. Feel free to sharpen your skills until they finally settle down. I'll be on my way now. Good luck with that. Like, the Pokemon are there. You're interacting with wild Pokemon as wild animals in this, and I think that's really cool. I love getting to see the Pokemon be wild animals. I'm gonna cry. Hello, your Satanist. How are you doing today? Bark, bark, bite, bite. It's lovely to see you. What are you being so evil about? What are you plotting? I'm good, and you? I'm doing quite well, except for the fact that this game wants me dead. We have to get the hair across again. Fuck me. I'm being evil because I am evil. This is true. You are very evil. World's most evil VTuber. I'm going to cry. Why are you so difficult? I did it. Ranger is one of the Pokemon games I could never beat. I got to coughing and quit. So valid. They're definitely hard games. It took me until actually a few years ago to finally beat Shadows of Omnia. Probably a year or two before I started content creation. Because it was a hard game. Straight up. It ain't easy. Second closest thing to it for me was Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky is my favorite game of all time, and I love the ways it makes, even though, you know, you're not engaging with Pokemon Civilization in quite the same way, it did make the world feel alive. It made you feel like you were part of a community. Here, it feels like you are interacting with Pokemon as wild animals in a way that I did not experience until Legends Arceus. To anyone who is a fan of Pokemon Ranger and is begging for a new Ranger game, play Legends Arceus. It is the closest we have had to a Ranger game in so long. And I would argue that it is the spiritual successor that Ranger needed. It really does feel like you are walking into this untamed world, and engaging with Pokemon on those terms. It's really cool. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, you get to be part of a community, and that's something that I really adore about it. Also, y'all, you are Satanist, lovely friend of the channel, someone absolutely deserving of your time and attention. So evil. Loved Shadows of Omnia as a kid. It's very good. I love the Pokemon Ranger game. Shadows of Omnia is one that really stuck with me. We're gonna give the Mankey another shot, alright folks? We're gonna give the Mankey one more shot. Before I pass out for the night. Nuh-uh, stop it. No, I don't think I'm gonna stop. No, you can't make me. You can't make me. You can't make me. Alright. Chat, cheap strats. Nothing wrong with cheap strats. Oh, fuck you. You do so much damage, Christ. Oh my god, please, buddy, I need to capture you. You do so much damage, I'm gonna cry. Thank fucking god. Gonna grab the tail? How dare you? Seeing Lotad hiding in the marshwater mud makes me unreasonably happy and more of it in other pixely Pokemon games. Agreed. Like, it feels like the Pokemon are living in their habitat. It feels like you are engaging with Pokemon who are living in their natural habitat. Alright, alright. Shouldn't grab it because you grabbed mine too. Wouldn't be very funny. I feel like that's just a fight for dominance at that point, you know? I feel like we are just in a fight for dominance at that rate. I feel like that is a battle which neither of us will win. That ranger's been clearing targets one after the other, but this one will put an end to that. I love that Legends RC is setting, but really did not enjoy the base gameplay as much as I expected. That's fair. I loved it. I think that Legends RC is the most fun I have had with a Pokemon game in a long time. That's obviously just my perspective and take and experience with it, though. Everyone's gonna be different. That said, chat, we have come up on the 6-hour mark, and as much as I love y'all, love streaming, and love being here, I'm really fucking tired. And I have somewhere I need to be in an hour. So if y'all are amenable, I'm going to raid out, get some self-care in, and in an hour you'll be able to catch me on Safi Atkins' channel hanging out with the Prince. Normally I would raid in, but I just don't feel like I got the power to go through another hour before I have to raid into my friend's stream. I'll drop an at in the Discord. Absolutely hop in the Discord if it's something that interests you. But in the meantime, y'all take care of yourselves, alright? I'm gonna lay down, do a little bit of recording and editing, and if I don't see you over on Safi's side of things, I hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Who am I rating? Who all we got? I'm poking around, give me a second, I'm peeking. I'm looking at my options. I haven't rated Lobat in a while. We could say hi to Lobat. Lobat looks like he's is retro gaming as per usual. Let's go say hi to Lobat. Good friend of the channel. Make sure you give Lobat plenty of love. They are a absolutely super sweet cowbun VTuber. One of my longest time friends in the scene. You all take care of yourselves. Like I said, if I don't see you over on Safi's end in an hour, I hope to see you again sometime in the near future. I will next be live here on my own channel on Saturday at 7 PM EST. If I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime soon. I'm working on some cool stuff in the background. I'm working really hard to get some big projects out before the end of the month. So, hopefully, with any luck, y'all will get some cool things soon. Don't mind me if streams are a little bit shorter for the next rest of the week, as I am like putting all of my time, effort, and attention into making these projects real. I promise, big things are coming soon. For now, signing off from the archive. Good night.